Good afternoon and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. It is Friday, which means it is a day of decision at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where the final 5 spots through to tomorrow night's final will be decided. Group C is our centre of attention this afternoon, and this is how the land lies after day 1. It was a winless opening day for Trina Gulliver. The Golden Girl is hoping to get things right as she looks ahead to the World Seniors next month. It's been a week to forget so far for Matt Clark. He had an opportunity to win Group A. He now finds himself 5th in Group C. He's going to have to go for the card to even stand a chance of progressing through to tomorrow night. Bram van Dijk picked up a couple of wins though on day 1. This Dutch youngster's getting better as the week's going along. Meanwhile, for Simon Preston, he impressed on debut at the Super Series, winning 4 out of his first 5 matches. He's in a great stead to progress through. Andy Hamilton was the player of the day, amassing 4 wins and hitting a big fish to win a marathon match with Matt Clark. But it's Colin McGarry who is top of the pile. He's got better as the week's gone along, settling on the Super Series stage and could be set for a Saturday night bout. Yeah, it's tight at the top. 3 players all on 8 points. It's a busy day full of drama ahead of us. And we've got Mace the Ace, Chris Mason, alongside us to talk all about it. Before we talk about Group C, just a couple of reflections on last night's Group B, and in particular, Martin Adams. Got through that first game against Michel van der Horst, and after that, we saw some vintage action from Martin Adams.
Yeah, he was good at the right times. His second game where he averaged 97.5 was impressive and good to see, of course. And I thought Edgar played very well in spells. I don't think he'd be particularly pleased with his overall numbers, as in his running average, but he picked his spots and produced some really good timed finishes and some really good legs when he needed them.
Yeah, that's Group B. That's what we're going to be watching from 9:45 tonight on Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube channel. But the focus this afternoon is on Group C. This is how the land lies following the first day's play. 3 players all tied on 8 points at the top. Colin McGarry, Andy Hamilton and Simon Preston all in those top 3 spots. Begin with the player at the top of the table, Colin McGarry. Took him a couple of days to settle in here at the Live Lounge, but since then, we've seen some real good stuff from him.
Yeah, he was pretty solid yesterday, and himself and Andy Hamilton both averaged just over 86 for the day, which is okay at this stage and in a group of this type. But the one who impressed was Simon Preston, of course. I said to you yesterday, if he's around those kind of numbers, he's going to be in a world of trouble. As it was, he played brilliant from the off, picked up 4 wins at a running average of 82 for the day, which is 3 above where he would normally sit in terms of a running average. But again, it was all about timing, because if you accumulate his opponent's averages for the day, they only averaged 80 against him.
What do you think sometimes you see players play in advance of the numbers that we see in the 12 months averages here at the Super Series?
Well, they usually are at type. If you take for someone like Matt Clark, who's had a tough week, he's just not played well this week, he's running an average of 6 below where we would normally see him, and that's often down to form. But when you compare that with McGarry, Andy Hamilton, Trina Gulliver, they're pretty much bang on their numbers for the season, which is why we refer to them so often.
As far as Andy Hamilton's was concerned, do you think he was the player of the day in your eyes yesterday?
Again, very much like Edgar last night, the more experienced players will pick their spots, and that's what Andy did very well. That 170 finish is a perfect example. He's in a match at 3-all. The 2 points are up for grabs, and what does he do? Find the big fish, and that's what good players do. They pick their spots and they time their moments and can produce those finishes when needed.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers think about today's action. These are the outright odds for the day. Joint favourites, Andy Hamilton and Colin McGarry at 13-8. You're nodding your head. You're in agreement, are you, Mace?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely bang on. You can't really split them in terms of their averages for the day. And when you look at Colin McGarry, he's just steadily got better. And he looks like he can sort of do those kind of numbers all day, every day. We know Andy Hamilton has another gear. There was moments and examples of that yesterday, and I can't see anybody else but Andy Hamilton and Colin McGarry coming out of this group. It's only the top 2, of course, unlike tonight's Group B, which is going to be equally as exciting. It's top 3, so there's more to play for there. But on the evidence of yesterday and the numbers posted yesterday, it's Colin McGarry and Andy Hamilton's to lose.
Well, let's have a look at the bet builder for this afternoon. This is what you've been having a punt on at home. Andy Hamilton to get the better of Matt Clark at 4-7. Over 2.5 1/8 between Andy Hamilton and Simon Preston. And the game between Trina Gulliver and Bram van Dijk to go over 5.5 legs at 8-11 pace, just under 5-1. What do you think about this one, Mace?
Not a lot. Not a lot. I think Hamilton will beat Clark on the evidence we've seen this week. And as I've said many times, you can't pick when you're going to have a dip in form. It just happens. And just by, well, unfortunate chance for Matt Clark, he's just not at the races this week. I mean, that can change. We know that. It starts, and as it's referred to, all on the day. But on the evidence we've seen this week, he's just had a real dip in form. And when you think about his success, he's never failed to make a Saturday. So we got to be cautious.
Most certainly do. Right, it's about time to get the action underway here at the Super Series. 25 games for you on a Marathon Friday. I hope you got the cough sweets ready. Yeah,
and the energy drinks. I think I'm going to need them.
See, more energy there from Mace. We kick off with Bram van Dijk up against Trina Gulliver, the 10 times world champion. And early on this morning, Glenn caught up with the Golden Girl.
Well, it's a very good afternoon to Trina Gulliver, MBE. Trina, a very late call-up for the MODUS Super Series. Was that a help or a hindrance?
Well, I'm always happy to play in these, you know, but yeah, it was a bit of a rush, really. So, but yeah, always happy to play in these. I enjoy them.
How do you assess the day from the point of view of myself and Chris Mason? After the first game, you follow through, a little bit more aggression in your throw, and honestly, the darts were a lot better. You were actually unlucky in a few of the games after that.
Yeah, I was getting better as the day went on, and but yeah, I'm just pulling a little bit. I'm not quite. It's not all there at the moment. My board management isn't quite right either. So you know, there's a lot to work on.
Well, I played last week, played 8, lost 8, and as bad as it was, I saw the positives afterwards because I'm getting legs in the bank for the seniors. Is that on your mind also?
Yeah, of course. You know, it's good practice, isn't it? And it's getting your mind into that fact that, you know, you can be losing legs, but it's not the end of the world kind of thing. You know, that there's set play and everything like that comes into it.
And finally, we've just finished the Q&A, and one of the questions was from David Evans, who's played here. Out your 10 World Championships, which one was the best?
Oh, crikey. I'd have to say the first, because it was the most monumental for ladies darts in general.
Trina Gulliver, MBE, good luck today.
Thank you very much.
The Golden Girl is in action in our first game of the afternoon session. She takes on Bram van Dijk, the 19-year-old from the Netherlands, who has shown us signs throughout the course of the week of his talent. He'll be hoping to have a big day today to end his week. In the commentary box then, describing all the action alongside Chris Mason, it's a very good afternoon to Glenn Davant.
Yeah, and good afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon, everybody. And yeah, he has got better, Bram van Dijk, as the weeks went on. But a word of warning to favourite backers in this match. He's never won his opening game this week. And I wonder if that's on the mind of Trina Gulliver. It was lovely to chat with her, it really was. And she understands the situation that she's in. It was a very late call-up for her. Both myself and Chris Mason felt her throw looked better. There was more belief as the day went on. It's difficult when you're getting beaten 4-0. And all of a sudden you can go into a little bit of a shell. I think she realises it. She's worked on a couple of things this morning, and she'll be hoping to reap the rewards, Chris.
41.
Yeah, and she did steadily get better. Her average for the day yesterday was 72.21. Her seasonal numbers is around 71.
96.
So she's almost playing to type, but there certainly looks like there's more in the locker. And when she was more aggressive, just something we picked up on, when she was fully extending the throw and
80.
almost pointing at the target on release, she was throwing far fewer stray darts.
Yeah, she was nodding her head, and I think last time she was here, she stuck her head in the comms box, and that's what the thoughts were of Chris. And I think she realises, and it's just easier said than done. She hasn't got an awful lot of time in that practice area to get
44.
things right, but
No, unlike most, she wouldn't have picked up her darts over the Christmas period. She probably used that as a bit of downtime, as most players do.
136.
So it wasn't like she sort of had a month's notice to think, right, I want to put some work in for the Super Series. Her practice probably would have started now for the seniors and the women's series and other events she'll be competing in.
well, I did give a warning to favourite backers that Bram's not the quickest starters this week, but he's Come out the traps
60.
very, very nicely here. The 12, he's going to give himself a chance of a finish. Trina's finding that treble.
100. Bram, you require 110.
Don't forget, we will keep you up to speed over the course of the day of the comings and goings of day 2 of stage 2 at Q School. Congratulations to
31.
Steve Lennon
Trina, you
from
require
yesterday and
136.
Chris Landman from the European one, wasn't it? Oh no, it was Martin Dract. He played Landman in the final, didn't he?
Yeah, Landman will be in a good position. Been a good 7 days for him.
60.
Good
Bram,
dance
you
from
require
Trina.
79.
Keeping a bit of pressure on this 79. It's only going to be one dart at tops.
39. Trina, you require 76.
Use the term settler an awful lot in this comms box, and this would be exactly what Trina needs. Remember, she went 3 matches without winning a leg yesterday.
No score. Bram, you require 40. Game shot on the first
Remember
leg.
rightly, Merce, I
Bram
think
van
she
Dijk.
bust 76 yesterday
She
and
did.
crept in at that double 16.
Second leg, it's Bram to
And
throw
I'll tell
first.
anybody
Game
out there,
on.
if she was winning games, that's 76 goals. It's a lonely old place. Sometimes you can just try a little bit too difficult, but
58.
I've enjoyed the evolution of Bram van Dijk as well. He'll be a name I'll be watching in the future too.
Yep, he'll be someone that I'll be keeping an eye on.
60.
Seeing, tracking his progress. I'd love to see him back in, I don't know, maybe 3 months, maybe 4 months, just to see where his game is.
59.
Don't forget, we like our social media. In fact, we just finished a Q&A as well. It was great chatting all things MODUS Super Series, and a lot of people said they enjoyed the discussion yesterday that we are mentioning sort of what's going on with Q School. A lot of it are MODUS Super Series players, and quite selfishly, and we're also thinking who potentially could be new coming here
95.
next year. So give it at MSS Data follow on Twitter. Get your questions to us. Some big names already out. Ted Everts out first. Oh, Matt Dudbridge, excellent again. He's
81.
out. Jared Cole and Richard North, who were big components here at the MODUS Super Series. Andy Bolton out first round, Mace.
Yeah, and
97.
isn't Andy Barton's out in the European Q School already. I think a lot of people on the back of him winning Lakeside were expecting him to
100.
walk through Q School. Tommy Morris out to John O'Shea. Devon Peterson through 6-2 against Paul Redfern. Darryl Pilgrim
99.
through.
Trini
He's another
Ricardo,
player we expected to go
120.
well.
Yeah, I'd like to touch on Devon after this leg. Just a little thought for people to discuss. But yeah, give us a follow. Give us your thoughts on today. Looks like a better start from Trina. She missed 2 darts at double 8 in the first leg.
48.
Giving herself an
Bram, you
opportunity
require
here.
93.
But 93 for Van Dijk will be first.
Game shot on the second leg. Bram van Dijk.
Better leg from Bram. An 18 dart hold.
Third
Big
leg, it's
favourite
Trina
for
to
this,
throw
4-1
first.
on.
Game on.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure. I just felt, like I said, looked at his first games, yet to register that win. We were just sort of talking off air and how much he's got better as the
100.
day went on. He's obviously a young man who could probably play for 12 hours a day.
Yeah, he's just showing more composure at key times.
43.
Looks a lot less rushed as the week's gone on. That's because he's getting just used to the environment and the pressure.
Yeah, with gritted teeth, Adam Hunt is out.
40.
An England versus Scotland game with one of our commentators, Scott Mitchell, getting through against Ross Montgomery. Conan Whitehead out. Niall Cullerton. A lot of the big players here at the MODUS Super Series. Tough start to the day.
58.
It was a good win earlier on, though, for Devon Peterson in a potential banana skin game. Leighton Bennett also through with a 98-82. That was one of our questions of, does he still have potential? Well,
59.
there's your answer.
He's posting good numbers, isn't he? But in relation to the Devon Peterson, it's a bit like a horse race in a sense where maybe a horse will drop
82.
down at a handicap. And I think it's really important for Devon Peterson to learn how to win games again. It's been brutal couple of years for him on the circuit. It's just nice to see him winning matches, and that might just bring the confidence back for Devon Peterson. He's a name I do
81.
follow.
Yeah, I think I think he'd be far better suited to playing in a, as you say, dropping down a level, competing on the Challenge Tour, getting used to
100.
winning games. This environment would be perfect for him. He would learn so much over the course of 5, possibly 6 days, playing multiple games that are not straight shootout matches.
100.
And I think his game would benefit massively.
Yep, reading my mind there, Matt.
58. Trini require 121.
They've been very competitive in this match, and this time first to a finish. Our opponent's on 160. So what's the decision making? That's the biggest compliment you could give Bram.
73. Bram, you require 160.
It didn't have a 100+ finish yesterday, Bram, but
21. Trini require 48.
has had 5 big finishes over the 100 this way. 136 being his highest, but chancey for Trina, but that's a hard one to take because the 8 or 16's acceptable there. It's
a big
more
target.
frustrating, yeah.
Eight. Bram, you require 139. $99. Trini, you require 40.
Now is the time, Trina.
Game shot on the third
Well,
leg.
she was spraying him
Trina
about a little
Gulliver.
bit. It was more like Gulliver's Travels a time there, but she's got that leg under the belt. Like I said, she's
Fourth leg, it's Bram to
competitive in
throw
this game.
first. Game on.
Yeah, she'll feel like she's in the match now. That's the most important element. Reese Griffin, absolutely flying. 5-0 up, averaging 107.
180.
That was one of my favourite floor games I ever had. Had all the Ashtons behind me.
60.
I think it was a 5-4 Bridleton, but God, the numbers pre-Darts Connect. I think we might have broken some records that day.
63.
I do like Dark Connect in a sense that
100.
we used to have one. I won't name him, but he used to come back and say, I've just been beaten 12, 14 and 11. And I was like, well, actually, I watched the first game and it took about 70 darts, you liar.
140.
Nowhere to hide with the modern deck technology.
97. Bram, you require 118.
It's a great leg of dart here from young Bram.
98.
Alan safely through her first game. 6-2.
82. Bram, you
The
require
interest
20.
right now in darts is phenomenal. It's just the start of the career for this man. This is for a 3-1 lead.
No score.
He decided to bust. Interesting. Tell you what a draw this is for round 2. John Henderson against Connor Scott.
I think bullseye is the shot here.
105.
Agreed.
Bram, you require 20.
Doesn't need a treble to leave a double.
Game shot on the
Doesn't
fourth
matter.
leg.
Yeah, he does
Bram
have
Van
that
Dijk.
slice into the Big Ten. So, again, if he's watching these back, it's been a quite familiar, but that 5-5 there right in the
Fifth
corner.
leg, it's Trina to throw first.
That's a
Game
tough one
on.
for Trina to take.
$76.
I was chatting with her this morning, and just as we finished the interview, I was just sort of talking about with her. I said, I'm not going to mess with your mind now, Trina.
99.
I said, a lot of those little ones you're doing, they're just late releases. The timing is just not right. But I said, I always worry more for players who have
60.
the early release where that dart feels like a hot potato and you can't wait to get rid of it because of nerves and tension. I said, I don't mind the late release as much as something we can work on.
96.
I think she knows what she's doing with that low 1 and low 5.
The beauty.
$99.
You might think we're sort of crazy in here, but they are going in much, much better than yesterday's opening game.
99.
for cover, which he needed to
99.
do to leave a finish. Could see Bram start on 19s here, but much more traditional.
81. Trini required 167. 59. Bram, you require 126.
1 for the match.
101. Trini, you require 108.
Very old school Shanghai on the 18s.
23. Bram, you require 25.
Well, he
Game,
gets in the end as Bram
shot,
van
and the
Dijk,
match.
and that's his
Bram van
first
Dijk.
opening victory of the week this week. So that's a real settle down. Katrina Gulliver, she had that chance in that first leg, and she never really recovered from that. As we just look at the numbers, there's the walk off the stage. Plenty of food for thought for Trina. Don't think she'll overthink things, but a nice start from Bram van Dijk, who may need to run through the card if he's going to get qualification today. But job done as we move on to game 2. It's joint top players. It's Andy Hamilton against Simon Preston.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Bram van Dijk got the better of Trina Gulliver by 4 legs to 1. That moves him on to 6 points in the group. The next 2 players in action, Andy Hamilton and Simon Preston, are 2 of the 3 players tied at the top on 8 points. The winner will be the first player to move on to double digits in the group. Who's going to do it? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, these two Lockhorns, they played in the penultimate match yesterday, and it was the only match that Andy lost. And he went down 4-1 with his poorest performance of the day, averaged 83.88. Simon producing, well, his second best performance of the day, 89.56. Make Andy the very backable 4-6 favourite with the throw. Simon Preston priced at 11-10. I'm sure he was the bookie's friend yesterday. He didn't come in with
First
massive
player gets Andy to
expectation,
throw
but
first. Game on.
he currently is joint top with Hamilton and McGarry.
Yeah, I enjoyed the performances of both of these. Simon was the one I sort of maybe knew least, probably the one I'd done the most homework on. I know how well this man has been playing a recent.
180.
And a decent start. This is where I'm down to press the average button that I have to touch.
$43.
If he hits another one, I'll let you.
98.
Yeah, he looked quite an angry man, Andy, as he went off yesterday. I mean, considering he was obviously clearly going to be joined top in a fantastic position after day one.
I just think he was just so disappointed, having played
81.
certainly in spells so well. And to produce that, I think just left him frustrated, because the two previous games, Simon averaged 69.75 in defeat, and then
59.
won with a 79.31, and then produced an 89.56. And the players they have in the practice area, there's a sort of like a chill out, sit down area with a
42.
monitor with the
Andy
table on, then a
required
monitor with the
164.
action as you're watching it.
Yeah, you can win or lose games in there, as Andy Hamilton looks at the 164 here. That's sensible. He just looks incredibly focused right now, Andy Hamilton. I had a good read of social media yesterday, and everyone was saying how well Andy's looking generally. I think he's lost a couple of stone, and he just looks
60.
really well.
Andy
He
required
looks happy.
32.
And I think that's shown on the dartboard.
Happy player is a dangerous player.
Game shot on the first
That
leg.
is
Andy
A
Hamilton.
14 dart hold.
Yeah, I was just looking at Q School, and obviously there's a bye. That's because Andy
Second leg,
Hamilton
it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
was that player, but he has a plan for 2024. I think he becomes, the way he's playing at the moment, he becomes a big favourite for the World Seniors.
123. $60. $59. $38.
Frustrating opening 6 darts for Andy. This is better for Simon.
140.
He comes over right over that left eye, starts very centrally. Sort of very nice throw. Got the same pace as each other. That might suit the pair of them.
$58.
Yeah, average just shy of 90 against Andy did this man yesterday. Had a beautiful start today when we weren't really sure. We were looking at his stats of a late 70 average for 2023. Very, very busy on the
40.
ADC circuit was Simon Preston. Had a lovely run at one of the regional competitions at Middlesbrough. And I was able to then look at the type of players he was playing, the likes of Tony Wood, who's arguably the number 1 in the North East at the moment, and he beat him. So lots of positives for Preston, lots of support on social
75.
media
Simon,
as
you
well.
require
Yeah, 4 out of 7 on his
139.
doubles in that opening game. 90.66 the average, and it was against a very good version of Bram, who averaged just shy of 90 himself.
59. $60. Simon, you require 80.
Real off leg for Andy, this one.
Yeah,
15 thrown, and he's only just past the halfway point.
such a tidy start, wasn't it? Not a leg that. No, that's a cracking dart after that first one.
42.
Well, he could afford to risk that with Andy back on 210.
$140.
Beautiful
Simon, you
last start.
require
Just
38.
finding the gap.
Game shot on the
Well, I
second
tell you, he
leg.
saved his best
Simon
start the last day.
Preston.
You can see the shake of the head on Simon Preston because he won't feel he's playing very well at the moment. In
Third
fact,
leg,
he's
it's Andy to throw first.
well
Game
under his
on.
normal average there, but he's just getting his thoughts together. And the bottom line is after 2 legs, he's 1-1. Surprising turn here for Andy, isn't it?
Yeah, he looked so good. Hit a max in the opening leg, went out in 14, nice
81.
and clean. Throwing a few stray ones.
$100.
Welcome back, Andy.
180.
It's a funny old game, this one, isn't it?
83.
It's a beautiful 180 in the last one. He's back in the treble 20.
Yeah, I think what Andy's got to use his experience to just not get embroiled in a
140.
back and forth with Simon Preston.
Yeah, to be fair, he did love a scrap, did Andy, at his peak. But he's got to
95.
accept in this
And you
group C, he's
require 100.
probably the standout performer. Colin McGarry might disagree with that. I do like this version. And again, I'm getting greedy now. The thought of Andy Hamilton, Martin Adams
80.
in the finals. I'd be disappointed with that last start there. His average was just trickling over to mid-90s, looking decent again. Simon just hasn't started today, Chris.
Yeah, he's some 25 points in terms of averages off the pace. More importantly for him,
44.
He's only
and you
gonna be-
require 20.
a leg behind. And it's his throw, of course, in leg 4.
Yeah, time on his side.
Game shot on the third leg.
Excellent
Andy
board
Hamilton.
management there. I was chatting with Trina this morning about how a board management could be better. And again, the indication
leg,
there
it's
for me,
Simon
the
to throw
fact that he had
first.
to hit the
Game
big
on.
2 there when you're not feeling good. You even start doubting that you're going to hit the big number. Well, he found it from somewhere, did Andy? I think Simon has to do exactly the same.
85.
Decent start. Both were on the tour together around about 2016 to 19, but never met each other.
81.
Part of my homework was watching a couple of YouTube videos of this man, watching him playing Peter Wright and taking him to 6-5 was a highlight. Sort of flicks that dart. A lot of wrist
140.
coming into that one. A lot of players will power the dart where he actually feathers the dart at the end.
Yeah, it's quite an early release, and like you say, it's more of a floated in.
97.
And what I mean by that, if you watch the follow through here, it doesn't actually finish. The wrist and fingers don't point to the floor. Can you see how the It's quite high up at the end, that follow through. Very effective, very Chizzy-like. Sort of
100.
floats the dart. And then if you watch Andy's dart here, the full extension of the arm. So he will power the dart more in. That's the big difference there. But both effective.
Well, the arms should actually be horizontal with the floor, shouldn't it? At point of release, everything should be straight and in line.
99.
If it's not, it indicates an early release. As we can see here, the release is there. And the hands almost open and pointing skywards.
As we touch on it and we're talking of it, we're trying to bring that insight in. My 3 favourite
42.
throws in dart at the moment and in the top 16 in the world. So it's not about having the perfect dart to be the perfect player. I've been working a lot of the Chinese players, and their throws are absolutely incredible. But a long way from the averages of the real elite players in the world. So I mean, look at John Henderson. I don't like body movement.
96.
I
Simon
think I'd have a heart attack if he walked into my...
134.
Well, Peter Manley was another rocker, wasn't he? Yeah, I speak to a lot of the Asian players, and
54. Andy
they've got
Rakai,
academy
128.
events and venues, and they predominantly literally work on the fundamentals before they worry about the darts, where the dart lands.
Yeah, it's as if they've got the same coach, Mess.
Yeah, and that for long term, they
44.
will produce a
Simon
world champion.
Rakai, 80.
Chance here for Preston. Sin, not at his best. Has been the second best here. However, he's a dart away from a level game.
40.
It's a well-thrown dart there.
Andy
He thought that had a
Rakai,
chance.
84.
This would be a breaker throw, and you'd have to think in a game like this, it could be a real decider. Could be the bullseye. Look at the 14 segment. Bullseye. Defining moment.
50.
Not to be. Chance for Preston.
Simon Rakai, 40.
For a level game,
Game shot on the fourth
Andy
leg.
Hamilton just
Simon
can't
Preston.
turn it on the Preston throw at the moment.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, while he's sipping that water, if you put yourself in his shoes right now, he won't be happy of how he's playing. He's probably thinking, my better darts are on there. I feel Andy's playing better, but it's 2-2. You're trying to say to yourself, well, if I can just kick in now, surely I win the game.
78.
Yeah, for either player.
The Hammer's probably saying, he beat me yesterday. What is it about this guy? I just can't shake him off. Intriguing contest, this.
95.
Every time the Hammer gets up, Colin McGarry and Simon Preston, it's going to be extra interest because they're all on 8 points to start the day. Remember, only 2 go through this Group C. I think this is going to go down to the wire.
78.
Penultimate game of the day. I've just noticed Colin McGarry versus Andy Hamilton. Will it come down to that?
95.
Maybe to win the group. I certainly expect the overnight leaders at the top to pull clear, but Simon Preston is, not for the first time, trying to make me look stupid.
Absolutely love social media, so I accept constructive
134.
criticism. I like chat. I like people who disagree with what I say, people who agree. Can't go on social media and not taking, of course, a couple of things that we said about Simon where we didn't think he had the
100.
chance, proved us wrong yesterday. It's an opinion. If we're right, we're right. If we're wrong, we're wrong.
Well, it was based on the numbers we had available, which is why the numbers are used. And I stick by what I said. If he plays to type,
44.
he'll be in a world of trouble. Fortunately for him, he didn't yesterday, with averages of 90.66, 89.56.
139. Andy Rakai, 167.
These are good moments for him. For the first time in this match, Simon Preston becomes favourite. Might need a worldie from Hamilton.
$57. Simon, you require 72.
Double 12. This is the best leg of the day from Simon.
60. And you require 110.
Got to go. Preston will have the throw in leg 6, of course.
$78.
He fancied that. I fancied it.
Simon, you require 12.
Probably this man coming to the board fancied it, but he's got a chance to take a big lead. Remember, this is a breaker throw for Simon.
No score. And you require 32.
Remember, both of these players, the carrot here now is to go clear top. Is that on the mind of the pair of them?
Game shot on the 5th leg. Andy Hamilton. Sixth leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Connor Scotton,
Game on.
John Henderson having a equally as tough game. 5-4 to Connor at the moment.
96.
This is where we get a kick. Andy Hamilton.
$140.
Fascinating tie in round 2. Devon Peterson against Dom Taylor. And Aidan Kirk against Darryl Pilgrim.
Well, we've just been talking
60.
about Devon, talking about the fact he may want to go down in class, but we know, I think we all believe that Dom Taylor is a potential, probable professional dart player, so that'll be a tough one for Devon. You'll see where his game is at.
58.
Yeah, his form he's shown in, well, recent years, never mind months, would suggest that it's only a matter of time before Dom Taylor gets his card.
100.
The reason Simon's still in this one with that disparity in the numbers, some 11 points different, 86-63 Hamilton, 75-66 Preston, is because
57.
on the Preston throw, Hamilton has been ordinary. On his own throw, produced legs of 14, 15 and 19.
40.
Just taking a little moment there as Andy. He's probably thinking here, 140 here. And it becomes favourite for this. Like just looking again. Doesn't want to go down to the 19s. The big wide open bed.
98.
Richie Burnett's just got the better of Brett Claydon, 6'5", average 90.
$121.
Such a delicate
and he
throw. If
requires
there's just a little
148.
something goes out of sync, we'll get one of those flyers.
What a final
Simon,
dart.
you require 84.
How decisive will that last dart be? Puts an awful lot of pressure on this 64. It's the bullseye.
59.
Width of a wire.
And you require
16
48.
for double 16 for Andy Hamilton is his normal chosen route. And he likes to put one close so it acts as a bit of a rangefinder. One dart left.
16.
2 match darts.
Simon, you
Come and
require
gone.
25.
Just like the double 12 route. And that's plumbing the big one. Good start. Had his problems with this double 6.
19.
He's gone the other way. That's what he's saying. Double 6.
And he requires
You
32.
have hurt me. And this is for the match and for the hammer. Andy Hamilton to go to 10 points. And the hammer does claw victory in the end.
Andy Hamilton.
It was a very, very tight Group C and a very tight match. But again, the sportsmanship has to be applauded. But you can just see that Simon just saying to himself, that's one that got away. Andy Hamilton on his throw, pretty much dominated. Simon Preston just dug deep. He'll want to impress on more on his doubles. But Andy Hamilton, he'll like when he goes back. He moves as the first player to 10 points. As we see the other joint top, Colin McGarry, he's up next, and he will play Matt Clark.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Next up for us, Matt Clark is in action up against Colin McGarry. McGarry started the day top of the table, 8 points, plus 13 on the legs differs. He's just been overtaken by Andy Hamilton, who's beaten Simon Preston 4-2 to move on to 10 points in the group. What could the Northern Irishman muster on Friday? Let's find out with Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Henry. Well, this is a repeat of the 13th match of the session yesterday afternoon, and it was won by Colin McGarry comprehensively. Matt Clark reduced to just one dart at a double. Colin winning 4-0 with a 94 average, couple of 180s and 40% on the doubles. We'll be hoping for a repeat of that, and then he will go back top of the table. I think that may be a theme throughout the day as those two just continue to trade places. Players already through to the round of 32 at Q School. James
Game on.
Buthwaite, 6-3 winner over Tom Lonsdale. Rhys Griffin, 6-1 winner over Brandon Jones. John O'Shea, 6-1 winner over Lou Bevan. And Connor Scott, a big win over John Henderson, who was fancied to get his card back. Connor winning 6-4.
100.
Well, Conor McGarry has had absolutely no problems at all when he's played Matt Clark this week. They've played each other 4 times. And the head-to-head has Conor McGarry 4, Matt Clark 0. Now, if you said that to me on Monday morning, I thought you'd have been joking, because Matt Clark
135.
is just so difficult to beat at the MODUS Super Series. But by a long stretch, it's been his worst week here. Henry alluded to in the opening part of it, you have to feel
45.
Matt Clark has to win 5 out of 5, and we'll still be hoping on other results there. And I didn't, like I said, Chris, expect to be saying that.
No, absolutely not. Although, we say it all the time, darts can change very quickly from one day to another.
80.
Maybe today he can find some of his real form, because he's been under par, and that's a compliment. Average for the day yesterday, 80.93,
100.
and his Super Series numbers are a good 7 above that.
Yeah, maybe an opportunity just to work on his game today, and not necessarily when you're throwing your darts as well.
44.
I just felt he was laboured taking his darts out. But even just there, look, I just think he's just a little bit quicker to and from the oche. So I think he's probably looking at what's suiting him. I just think he was playing to such a crawl at times.
140.
It wasn't suiting him.
No, and he was getting bogged down, wasn't he?
142.
And one of his strengths is no matter if he throws a bad dart, he doesn't show any emotion. And this week we've seen more than ever.
$41. Colin, you require 116.
Kind of start McGarry would want.
This is awkward. That's a super dart. Double 18.
81.
I think he was affected
Matt,
by the
require
move to the right and
101.
then the step back.
Yeah, there have been some players, and we've had conversation this week where they would have just stayed in that place. You did everything right there, Colin, just didn't execute the double, of course. Will he be back? Treble 19 will be the shot here for Clark. McGarry will be back.
69. Colin, you require 35.
For an early breaker throw.
19. Matt, you require 32.
Yeah, I was about to say, in the Group A campaign, Colin McGarry was not getting second chances. People were punishing. Expected that 35 to go from McGarry. Here's Matt Clark's week in 3 darts.
Game shot
Well,
on the
if you
first
ignore the
leg.
last one anyway.
Matt Clark.
Talk that one in, Glenn.
I'm getting good at that, aren't I? Whenever
Second
I
leg
say
is
the
Colin to
opposite
throw
happens.
first. Game on. $100.
Yeah, Darryl Pilgrim not dominating like I thought he might do this week, but winning. So, leading at the moment. Dom Taylor is doing a number on Devon Peterson at the moment.
140.
Going to be tough for Devon to get back where he wants to be, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if he hangs around in that environment, I think it'll do more damage than good, because
140.
if you're struggling to win games, that is the most brutal of all darting environments.
Used to drive to Barnsley and Wigan, and just with dread. In 2019, I used to look in the mirror and say, right, I'm going to win this Pro 2 today. Space of what, 2 years?
121.
Colin Osborne through. Another regular here, and a very successful regular. Maybe Jacob Gwynn, 6'4",
140.
88-82.
Yep, Jacob's a good player, Yorkshireman. Seems to find ways, does Colin Osborne.
It's not that lovely for Thomas at the moment. He'll now be 3-1 up.
100. Colin, you require 121. 96.
Justin Hood
Matt, you require
just
140.
edged out Cam Crabtree 6-5.
Yeah, it hasn't been a great week for Crabtree. I think
Nope.
he was on the lips of many players and many people. He did okay yesterday, but now he's up against it. We'll keep an eye on that league table as well. Gary had a
44.
chance in the first
Colin,
leg
you
with
require
35 finish and
25.
failed to execute. This is for a level game.
$13. Matt, you require 96.
Yeah, it's one winner from each day at Q School in the final stages. 4 automatics and the next 10 in an order of merit. Points accumulated.
56. Colin, you require 12. Six.
Well, I don't think anyone can hit that double six today. Watch Sam and Preston have his problems on there.
Matt, you require 40.
Matt Clark will probably thinking, why am I getting these chances? My Gary is one frustrated individual, that.
Yeah, it's been a nightmare start to his day.
Game shot on the second leg.
17
Matt
dart,
Clark.
break of throw. And another 6 darts at a double. That's 9 at a
Third leg,
double
it's
across
Matt to
2
throw
legs.
first. Game on.
Yet to find one of them. There's a strong leg as well from McGarry. Missing the ball for a 12.
57. $140.
Been a good week for the MODUS Super Series commentators, that's for sure. Matt Edgar, excellent last night. Scotty Mitchell going very, very nicely today. Q Skill. We'll keep an eye on his progress.
Your pick, Alex Spellman, 3-0 up on Lee Williams.
Not playing like he was, though. Look at that game for a MODUS. Super Series. Lee Cox,
137.
5,
just
Jim
looking at
McEwen,
that.
5, yeah.
McGarry has to start making a move here. Maybe starting
135.
Well, he's had opportunities in the first 2 legs. He's only got himself to blame.
missed 9 darts at a double and he's still averaging 90.
At the end of last night, very late, albeit.
100.
I said the one person, one player who will be the most happiest right now, I think, after seeing everybody play, is Neil Duff. I think he'll have watched all the games. I know he'll be watching his good mate, Colin McGarry, right now.
But he's not seen anything that will
180.
hold him any fear, that's for sure.
But Neil Duff knows that you get different players on the Saturday night, sometimes just like that relief of getting through. The crowd here as well.
Yes, why don't you join us here at the MODUS Super Series? If you've got the ability to scan a QR code, scan that. I'll take you straight to the landing page.
137.
If not, head
Colin,
over
you
to
require 46.
www.dartshop.tv. Just a £2 booking fee and 3 drinks for a tenner. Cheap night out for 12 quid.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's better. 11
Colin
darter
McGarry.
from McGarry. And it is the all-important break back.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Yeah, he seems at ease
Game
playing the
on.
more methodical player, Colin McGarry. I think that's one of the reasons he's, as well as the fact Matt hasn't been playing his A game. He's outscored Matt Clark in this match by a long stretch.
180.
And another max. Huge disparity in the numbers.
Much better from Matt Clark today.
123.
Could be a little too late, though.
Jim McEwen's out, 6-5 to Lee Cox. Dom Taylor, 5-1 up on Devon Peterson. Devon averaging 65.
100.
Fallon in a world of trouble against the very impressive Shane McGurk. He leads 4-1, averaging 94.66.
Yeah, Shane had a fantastic, was it the Ireland Open recently where I think he won at every
100.
competition going. Enjoying this match. Gary is really fighting back here, finding the treble.
60.
1-6-1 after 9.
Oh, West Midlands battle gonna be getting underway shortly as Nick Forwell takes on Matty Dennon.
Dennis just one of them names, isn't he? Just always on the periphery.
100.
Maybe
Colin,
his
you
time
require
to shine.
161.
Good
Ah,
lead.
good thinking.
129.
I'd have gone for the bull there. I'd have probably landed there, actually.
Senior bullseye challenge, mate. Right in the ball.
Ah, that Owen Binks ruined it. I had an agreement to hit the bull first dart and just dance for 59 seconds, but he dragged me back. I wasn't arguing with them shoes.
58. Colin, you require 32.
For a level game. Been a
Game
real
shot on the fourth
demonstration
lay.
of scoring
Colin
power
McGarry.
from Colin McGarry so far.
Well, he should have won this 4-0. 3 darts in leg 1, 6 darts in leg
Fifth
2.
leg, Matt to throw
He
first.
just won
Game on.
legs 3 and 4 and 11 and 15.
But on the positive, good signs that he didn't panic. When you look at your all-round play, you've got to be versatile, but you've got to have patience in this game, and he's demonstrating
95.
that.
Tom Taylor confirmed through against Devon, 6-1 with a 92.45.
$180.
That's 180s in each of the last 3 legs.
$60. $58.
Yeah, my concern for Colin when he spoke to you on Tuesday, how he was struggling with the format, getting used to the times. I thought maybe just on debut here he'll learn a lot, go back, and I think he'd be better at play when he comes back here next time. But in truth, he's warming up to the task very, very nicely this week. This would be a big win against Matt
100.
Clark. When I looked at the timetable today and looked at the draw, I thought it was a tough time to get Matt Clark first game. Poor board management there.
45.
2-6-3. The second dart should have been the 19s.
Leaves your options open. If you're at the single, you can go back for the 54.
$140.
Well, his D game at Matt Clark has definitely gone up to his B+ game. This is much, much better.
100. Matt, you require 106.
Can't finish 105. A wry smile. Needs to tidy up.
$36. Colin, you require 118.
And the first minor error from Matt Clark in this leg. Needs the treble.
$58.
A battle of the 2 darters.
Matt, you require 70.
Well, that's okay. That's a bit of a bonus, Glenn.
The only thing he has to do is just watch he doesn't hit the flight of that first dart. He's really got away with a couple there.
Game
Tell
shot on
you
the
what,
fifth
he's
low.
got away with one.
Matlock.
But to be fair to Matt, the reaction from him, that treble four was one thing, but it only just crept in the big
Sixth
18
it's
as
Collins
well.
to throw first. Game on.
It's a bit of a hammer blow to McGarry, but a nice one for Andy Hamilton back in the players area.
Willie Borland, a winner into the round of 32, 6-4 against Kevin Lane.
43.
Fallon's got it back to 4-4.
Scott Waits 5-5 with Dan Reed.
Darren Webster 5-1 up on Robbie Martin, averaging 96.32.
$55.
Darren Webster through 6-1 with a 97. Keep this run of maxes going.
140. $43.
These last 64 games, they will be getting a point, remember, a Q skill, so really start warming up from now. Colin McGarry right here. 100 ahead plus
100.
these. Fantastic last start. This looks like it's going all the way.
$137.
Perfect dart for McGarry.
140.
Definitely got that weight balance right on that treble 20 today. Like I said, 2 from 14 on these doubles. That will frustrate. Should go downstairs. Surprising for the experience of Matt Clark, yeah. That realisation that.
97.
And the difference
Colin
it means
requires
is
78.
a guaranteed 6 darts from 78 from Colin. He wants to sort out his doubles. He'd want this to go.
38.
Yeah, just wanted just a clean finish to give him confidence. Averaging in the mid-90s is McGarry, despite 13 missed darts at a double.
99. Colin, you require
Definitely
40.
playing quicker.
Yeah.
Matt Clark, definitely.
Game shot on the
We
sixth
are going the
leg.
distance
Colin
for the first
McGarry.
time today. Been pretty straightforward for Colin McGarry against Matt
Seventh and
Clark.
final leg. It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
No shake of hands this time. Straight for it. Clark's darts could be really important here. Enjoyed his performance here. It's been a tough week.
41.
However, he won't like that.
Just
100.
appears that there's so much more belief in the Colin McGarry throw right now.
If you add belief to that fantastic throw he's got, he becomes dangerous. It's big leg, this.
Fallon Sherrick, I think she was 4-1 down, running out a 6-4 winner.
Wow.
41. $54.
Real
See what
blast
he
from the
thought of that.
past in the sorry, Glenn. Real blast from the past in the round of 32. Colin Osborne taking on Darren Webster.
Big points now. When you start getting yourself to the quarter-final, semi-final, so when you start getting to the last 32,
140.
good stuff from Matt Clark. He has really bounced back today.
He's now forcing the hand of McGarry.
97.
Wow. How big will that dart turn out to be?
Well, 30 points in it. A nice treble 20 for your first dart, so you can give yourself clear space. Gets it.
99.
He had the 3 180s. Give for a fourth. To take a 140.
100.
Yeah, what it means here, if Matt Clark does win, is Bram Van Dijk becomes into the equation. And he plays Colin McGarry next.
$43. Colin, you require 150.
Well, it's taken 21 minutes to get to this point. Nothing to separate them. The scoring's come from this man. The better doubles is coming from his opponent. But now we are down to the last furlong.
42.
And both of them
Matt,
are
you
making
require
errors.
137.
We saw the finish of the day yesterday, 137 from Simon Preston. And Clark match it.
Number 19, tops. That's the way Simon went.
$99. Colin, you require 108.
Well, it took his time to work out, but I wouldn't want to leave double 19. Will he be back for it? Yes, he will. Frustrated Colin McGarry.
88.
Yeah, this will feel horrible.
Matt, you require
He's
38.
been the better player. Not been able to take the opportunities. I think he was thinking about having a walk to the end of the room.
Well, Matt Clark's gone down to that crawl again. I think he's been better when he's played quicker. This is huge. Huge. McGarry
No
couldn't
score.
watch that dart. McGarry could not watch that dart because it's so
Colin, you require
important
20.
for Colin McGarry. He could just really snatch one here.
Game, shot,
Wow, just
and
listen to the
match.
shout
Colin
there from
McGarry.
Colin McGarry. He tells you how important that was. But to be fair, that's the 5th time they've played each other that week. There was nothing at all to separate them. You can understand why Colin McGarry shouted at the end the importance of getting himself to 10 points. He was the better player there. He just couldn't buy himself a double. But right at that nitty-gritty end, Colin McGarry goes on to 10 points to join Andy Hamilton. And next up, it's Simon Preston against Trina Gulliver.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Colin McGarry survived match darts on Matt Clark to win by 4 legs to 3. That moves him on to 10 points in the group. Simon Preston can join him and Andy Hamilton on 10 if he can get the better of Trina Gulliver. Watching this one down in commentary, Glenn Durran and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Simon Preston, the 8-1 on favourite for this one. Trina 5-1. They met yesterday. It's a 4-1 win for Simon. Averaged 79.31. Did hit a 180 in the match, as did Trina.
First leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's great that you're joining us. Sending us a couple of messages on social media. One to Chris. Have you ever thought about writing a book?
I have.
100.
I've written half of it, but I think it would be too damaging to write the other half.
60.
Not necessarily for me, but maybe a few others. But yeah, I will when I eventually retire to Spain in
95.
about 5 years' time, then I'll probably do it then.
Yeah, the one I'd like to read is Tony O'Shea, and I'm led to believe he's done 400
60.
pages of it and hasn't reached the start where he's thrown a dart yet.
Yeah, he's had quite the life. It's I've had many an opportunity to sit down with Tony
43.
over a couple of scoops and reminisce over years gone by. He was Alan Evans' driver, of course, wasn't he? And used to look after him back in the day.
Yeah, I wasn't sat
24.
down for long. I was usually laid out.
$177.
Yeah, Tony is absolutely fantastic company, as is Darryl.
100. Simon,
You
you
don't
require
usually see one without the
86.
other. They're just confirming that it's a 4 and not a treble 4. Treble 13.
$62.
A lovely last start there for... They called him Matt there.
78. Simon, you require 24.
I woke up shouting Matt Clark during the night.
John Park, 4-0 up. He averaged 87 last time out to
12.
John Park. It's 4-0 up on Justin Smith, averaging 84.5.
Just shows you what a week of practice can do. Yes, that's...
Yep.
41. Simon, you require 12.
for the first leg.
Game shot on the first
Well,
leg.
he had his problems on
Simon
double six in the
Preston.
first match, so he'd be delighted to hit that or smack bang right in the middle.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw
And
first.
just show
Game
you
on.
how tight things are at the top. If, in the in-play table, so if Simon Preston was to win this match,
60.
that's how it would look. So the real importance for Simon now, just to keep close to McGarry and Hamilton. McGarry is up next against Bram van Dijk. Andy Hamilton's
40.
got a tough one against Matt Clark. That game took 29 minutes yesterday. There was nothing at all to separate them.
100.
Yeah, that was a real grind.
Cracking dart here from Simon.
140.
Yeah, I resonate with that throw. I think there's elements of coming across the face like I used to throw myself, but
59.
fantastic that these players are getting the opportunities via the ADC. Check out the website, check out the competitions.
95.
Success of ADC Europe as well, and ADC. Oceanic. We've got an American player next week in JT Davis as well. Looking forward to that.
60.
Yeah, he played in the US Masters, didn't he, in New York last year at Madison Square Garden. Not too jealous.
Yeah, when I won that Premier League, everyone was saying, you know, you're going to get all the World
59.
Series now. Obviously, COVID sort of kicked in. So people ask me, were you bothered about this? Were you bothered
you
about this
missed
in
all that.
Australia? And nah, Dubai, and yeah, I wasn't bothered at all.
New Zealand.
80.
It was still
Simon
in Vegas then as well, wasn't it?
167.
You're not helping.
97. Trini require 142.
You must have been to America, though, have you?
No, Canada. Canada with this lady. Trina Gulliver was the England captain. And Tony O'Shea was the
76.
men's captain. We had a
Simon
terrific
requires
time.
70.
That was my favourite time wearing an England shirt. Just going to be the one dart, a double heat for Simon. Decided for tops.
30. Trini requires 66.
Well, talking about America, here is Route 66.
Double four.
Game shot on the second leg. Trina
Oh,
Gulliver.
she did go. Well, a direct Route 66. It was a bit of a detour
Third leg, it's Simon to throw first.
in the
Game
end.
on.
for one apiece.
Yeah, I felt the two real chances today was the opening game with Bram, because the fact he hadn't won a game. Of course, Simon also on debut here.
123.
And those will still be jangling for Simon Preston.
Yeah, brand new experience. I think he's
60.
done very well on debut.
Yes, he's in the mix. He has to win this game quite simply. You don't want to let the top two get ahead of themselves.
180.
He throws a mean dart.
Yeah, when he gets it right, he sure does.
100. $96. $59. Simon, you require 102.
Right in 51, he's 51.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, I think
Simon
double 70's
Preston.
been hit twice this week. And both of them by that man. That's a new finish for me, let's just say that.
Fourth leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Super darts.
Yeah, I think I've seen it on the 19s, the Shanghai, but
36.
interesting tactic, but it was a 12 darter.
Beginning to find that rhythm, isn't he? Find that treble. Good moments here for Simon Preston. Second of the match.
180.
Is outstanding. Averaging very nearly 95.
44.
He averaged 2 in the 90s yesterday.
Oh, hello.
180.
Well, Simon Preston.
$81. Simon,
on
you require
debut.
141.
He's just found a moment of brilliance here.
My apologies, he didn't average 2 in the 90s. He had a couple 89 and a 90.
41.
Did miss a 10 darter yesterday. He's on 11 here to back up the 12 from leg 3.
100. Simon, you require 100. 34.
Perfect from Trina.
140.
That was the
Simon, you
66
require
finish from Trina in the
66.
previous leg. That got her back in the match. And there was that stunning 11 darter from Preston.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Finish with real
Simon
aplomb.
Preston.
Preston leads 3-1.
Yeah, from 1-1, produced
Fifth
legs
leg,
of
it's Simon
12
to
and
throw
15.
first. Game on.
Still got my fingers and thumbs and toes out for that 102 finish. Still working it out.
79.
Well, I suppose if you're at the single 17, you've got the option of 45 tops, 57-28. If you hit the treble, you've got the option of 19 double 16. I
85.
just didn't expect him to hit a 17 for double.
$41.
Yeah, the World Seniors last year, Chris. There was actually a bet there for anyone to hit double 17 for the leg and match. Ridiculous odds.
80.
Robin Hood is in the house. I have to say that first dart was just begging for more. He'd be
83.
frustrated. Yeah, you can see his reaction there.
Yeah. Lovely open bet to aim at.
$60. $123.
Back over that 90 average. Just really finding that treble 20 with real ease.
83.
He'll go downstairs.
130.
Uses the bullseye very, very nicely.
Plumb in the middle, wasn't it? Casually done to leave 45 for a 4-1 win and a very, well, it'd be a personal best
35.
average.
Simon, you require 45. $25. Trina, you require 158. $58. Simon, you require 20.
Surely this time for Simon Preston.
No score.
Wow. Did not expect the miss there.
Trina, you require 100.
Trina's had a go at a double. She's hit it. She's 1 from 1. Oh, the treble 19, double 19's the shot.
Yeah, she knows what's wrong.
84.
Just trying to correct it is the
Simon,
tough
you
thing.
require 20.
Again for the match.
No score. Trina, you require 16. Game shot on the
Well, it
fifth
got
leg.
very, very scrappy
Trina
there
Gallagher.
for Simon Preston. And Trina just kept plugging away. She's been good at the doubles.
Sixth leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Simon Preston's thinking, what have I done?
$60.
A lot of the players are scoring for fun. Been about the doubles this week.
Yeah, it's certainly been the issue with the
66.
majority of players. On Wednesday, totted up the numbers for
60.
Matt Clark. He had 132 darts at a double.
26.
Been frustrated with that low dart.
59.
Have a routine where I would actually take my dart out if I'd only threw 1 or 2 dart if I went below. Very robotic in a sense of
40.
what I wanted to do. Get the thoughts together right now. The belief is there that she can not only win this leg, but win this match. Just sense that Simon's thinking
83.
of that previous leg.
Yeah, he's just dwelling on it a bit. Needs to shake it off.
$60.
It's Trina, the better player right now. She'll go downstairs.
99.
Takes that 9 off.
She got 6 at 140 for a level game, Glenn. Should have started on 19 here,
55.
Simon.
Trini requiring
I think
140.
his mind's all over the place right now.
Scrambled.
Don't bust it. Perfect
100.
darts.
$55. Trini required 40.
Well, the next game will be played at a slightly different pace. Bram van Dijk up against Colin McGarry.
Game shot on the 6th
We
leg.
are going the
Trina
distance.
Gulliver.
And for the first time, Trina Gulliver is a leg away for her first 2 points in this Group C
7th and
campaign.
final leg. It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
And Sidders has hit the skidders.
$48.
Richie Burnett out of the round of 32 to Steve Aggerty, 6-2. John Part was 5-1 up.
96.
Justin Smith's got it back to 5-4.
Just the way the darts are going on the board here. Trina is looking the better player. Simon. And not stop thinking of those missed darts at a double.
96.
They just keep it simple. Still 50 points ahead here. Not anymore. Not anymore.
140.
Pressure firmly applied. This is a fabulous response.
83.
And the
85.
consideration was to start in the 19s on 265, but the fact she was in front of Simon, you know, one of the most experienced players in the world, Simon just can't buy a big score at this
60.
moment.
6 for Trina at 180. Oh, 140 would be a killer blow.
85.
I think I can hear the laughter from McGarry and Hamilton here because they're the two that will benefit if Simon doesn't get over the line in this one.
Yeah, sure will. She has taken 2 points out of
96.
Preston.
Trini requiring
He will
95.
remain on 8.
Well, he's still fighting though. Will he be back? 76 needed for Trina.
55.
Wouldn't it be
Simon
typical of
requiring
Simon?
118.
Had multiple darts to win this match, remember. Needs a treble. Either treble 20 or treble 16. Chance for Trina for the match.
58.
She's
Trini
50%
required
on her
40.
doubles. So 3 in hand. This should go.
We might see a celebration. That heart will be racing right now.
20. Simon requires 60.
What a
Game,
match.
shot,
But
and the
Simon
match.
Preston, he
Simon
gets there in the
Preston.
end. He went through absolutely everything there. And for Trina Gulliver, you can see the frustration. She saw that winning line. The heart rate went up, and look at Simon. That is what you call relief, and he keeps the pressure on the top two. He joins them on 10 points and does what he needed to do. He got there in the end. The 102 being the highlight. He'll be a bit disappointed with his doubles, but he gets there in the end. It's Bram van Dijk up next. He plays Colin McGarry.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is Group C, match number 5 of 15. We're bringing you from Group C this afternoon, but fear not, the darts will be back this evening from 9:45 for the conclusion of Group B. And by the end of this evening's play, we will know who will be joining our Group A winner, Neil Duff, in Saturday night's final. Well, a win here for Bram against McGarry would put him
First
up to 8
leg, it's
points
Bram
and
to
just
throw first.
2 off the pace.
Game on.
No change in terms of the table. McGarry, Hamilton and Preston, all 3 locked in P1, only separated by leg difference.
177.
A nice start from the young man, that's for sure. And it was Colin McGarry that got over the line when they played yesterday, but this is their 5th time they've played this
60.
week. And the head-to-head couldn't be any closer. 2-2.
Bit of Desmond, but what a start this is from young Bram.
100.
177 followed by a ton.
It feels like we're in fast forward all of a sudden.
93.
First player through to the round of 16. Darren Webster defeating Colin Osborne 6-4.
140.
This is some start to the match from Bram. Possible 11 darter on the cards.
60. Bram, you require 84.
Yeah, the scores haven't gone the way for Bram today. There was a time when Colin was struggling in his match against Clark, and Trina had match starts against Simon Preston.
21.
Won't like that setup play.
$58. Bram, you require 63.
Double 13 to start. Double 16.
31.
Yeah, it just goes wide on that double 16. Gary a long way back.
140. Bram, you require 32.
That's a
Game
super
shot on the
dart.
first
Had to move
leg.
left.
Bram van Dijk.
To open the top side of the bed.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Colin McGarry got away with one in his last game against Matt Clark, and he may have thought at that point that maybe today's my day, but he's ran into
140.
something very early with Bram here, but just seemed to have a lot of patience. He doesn't panic, does Colin? I think
60.
he knows enough about this man's game. If they fly, they fly. If they don't, they don't.
$121.
Well, after that first start there, I think you expected to fill them up.
60.
And McGarra's turn to turn it on in the scoring department.
His scoring today has been phenomenal.
180.
His fourth max of the day already.
96. Colin, you require 60.
This has been the issue so far today. That looks ideal. He doesn't need to move. And
Game
that is
shot on
so
the
much
second
better.
leg. Colin McGarry.
Yeah, 11 darter, Glenn. Absolute beauty. Acknowledged
Third
by
leg, it's Bram
Bram.
to throw first.
Yeah, I
Game
have
on.
a sense that they've become friends this week, and I guess that's what the MODUS Super Series does, especially when you've shared the Group A together. Nice touch.
134. $100.
He looks good. He looks very, very good, does Colin. This is the good version of Bram van Dijk.
125.
Just seems to like to play against Colin because for me, the pace is a lot quicker. Some good battles this week, as I said.
95.
This looks the same.
$134.
Great use, not for the first time this week, of the treble 19 for Bram van Dijk. Whoever has the throw is totally dominant at the moment.
140. Bram, you require 108.
And the reason they're not starting downstairs is for the fear of leaving a bogey. May not matter anyway.
92.
Darren, ice cold beverage. Absolutely flying with
86.
100 average and
Bram,
5
you
0 up
require
against Aidan
16.
Kirk.
Game shot on the third leg.
Lovely
Bram
stuff.
van Dijk.
Yeah, on throw, these two have been outstanding.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
That trend is continuing.
140. $140.
Beginning to demonstrate what we thought he might provide. Just comes a little bit too late, you feel, in this Group C campaign, but the game is definitely there for Bram.
Yeah, agreed.
41.
Watched him improve day by day in front of our very eyes.
Yeah, this is a big game for Colin McGarry, but this next game is huge.
96.
There's Simon Preston in after the next one, so it's an important 45 minutes coming up for Colin McGarry.
60.
But downstairs he does. Counting's good. His treble 19 hitting's good.
133.
He's averaging 100 here.
So's McGarry. He's on the verge of going 3-1 down.
100. Bram, you require 132.
72. Yeah, treble
76.
16 was right.
Colin, you
for
require
double 12.
160.
I take something special. His scoring power's been incredible, so that treble 20's taking a pounding. That is unlucky.
140. Bram, you require 56.
For a decisive lead, you feel. Now beginning to take his time in his doubles now.
36. Colin, you require 20.
Charm life is McGarry at the moment, and he senses that.
Yeah, he's dodged one here.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Colin McGarry.
Very enjoyable. 2-2. Played in a fantastic spirit, it has to be
Fifth
said.
leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on. 60. 96.
And we will definitely be seeing Bram van Dijk back. He qualified twice through the ADC European Tour qualifier. So
58.
we're seeing this really good young man. He was hoping for 5 out of 5 today. That's what the instruction was from his family and friends. Well, he's won his opener.
140.
Playing really beautiful here, but so his opponent.
Yeah, at the moment,
85.
Colin's just able to sustain the level.
$97.
Yes, counting could be better, couldn't it? 166 he left in the previous leg, 168 here. That could be punished on the bigger stage.
83.
No damage here. 6 darts and 168. That looks just so good. 88 left. He wants to stay on the 20s.
Yeah. Treble
96.
16, much more inviting, the open target.
Still 12 dart for Fallon to start against Rob Grundy.
41. Colin, you require
She
72.
was superb in that comeback win. For a 15 dart break. Ooh.
66.
All the sixes. 66 leaves 6. That's a sign.
81. Colin, you require 6.
Who's in charge?
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Colin McGarry.
Colin McGarry. Sixth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Harry Gregory is on a hell of a run today.
95.
5-3 up on Tom Taylor. Leighton Bennett through. 6-4.
He'll play Scott Mitchell next.
96.
Don't think you'll like the pace of that one.
$140.
McGarry is looking wonderful today on the scoring phase.
Yeah.
Really impressed on the doubles in this match as well.
42.
Just seems to be putting everything together at the right time of the week.
$46.
Good at that, Anna.
The special talent.
85. $100.
Dom Taylor battling hard. He's got it back to 5-4.
$60. Colin, you require 120.
Is that his final 3 darts? Because Colin McGarry has been stupendous at times in this match. Average just close to 100 throughout. Leaves it
100.
absolutely beautifully.
So he's been efficient on the outer ring. 60%, 3 from 5.
84. Colin, you required 20.
No real pressure on this.
A real
Game,
stellar
shots, and the
performance from
match.
Colin
Colin
McGarry.
McGarry.
Look at the friendship between them two. They met each other on Monday. That's the 5th time they've played, and the head-to-head finishes 3-2. But Colin McGarry's producing some real magic darts at the moment, and he's just saying, push me all the way. But look at those numbers. Bram, very good on the left-hand side, but 98.93, 4 from 6. Super, super stuff from the man from Northern Ireland. As next up, can Andy Hamilton do the same? He plays Matt Clark next.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And that win for Colin McGarry takes him to the top of the table. Now it's Andy Hamilton's turn to play catch-up, and he faces Matt Clark in this one. So far today, Andy has had a 4-2 win, a hard-fought 4-2 win in the end against Simon Preston. And Simon has had a 4-2 defeat. To Andy Hamilton. Matt has had a 4-3 defeat to Colin McGarry. A very tight match it was indeed. Andy, the 4-7 favourite for this one with the throw.
First.
Matt Clark priced at
Game
5-4. They had an epic yesterday, didn't they, Glenn?
Yes, I'm still recovering from it.
Andy won it in the end. 4-3. There was 26 darts at a double. Highlight, the 170
100.
for Andy Hamilton to win the match.
Yeah, it was just an incredible ending, wasn't it? Because Matt Clark went 3-2 up. Best 3 darts were saved right till the end.
John Taylor completed the comeback against Harry Gregory, winning 6-5. Did so with 96.57 average.
$78.
Our old pal Alan Norris locked at 4-4 with Bradley Brooks, as is O'Shea against Kevin Thomas. Danny Lowby in cruise control.
83.
Fallon Sherrock 2-1 up, averaging 100 against Robert Grundy.
The wheels have fallen off of my man Alex Spellman. An average over 80 today, but he's still in it.
He's 2-1 down at the moment to Scott Taylor.
80.
Woody Ballin, for me, is the story of it. It's just got his name written all over it, hasn't it?
Oh,
He's
yeah.
beaten John Part.
$58.
It's a kind of game that Andy will want to get done ASAP. These kind of matches are mentally draining. And in this match yesterday, it was the penultimate match for both. And it was no surprise that Andy, after this
96.
match, went on to lose his final game to Simon Preston. He looked like there was just nothing left in the tank. And that's mainly down to getting involved in a real war of attrition with Matt Clark.
60.
Yeah, it was a
Andy
real
Rakai,
bruising game.
147.
The next game's a big one, isn't it? Colin McGarry against Simon Preston. That's when we'll begin to see the Group C potential outcomes. Job need to be done for Andy Hamilton. He's well ahead here.
45.
However, he won't like that.
$60. Andy Rakai, 102.
Yeah, for the opener. No pressure at all coming from Matt Clark here.
So he left.
50. $97. Andy Rakai, 52.
First double in this match.
Game shot on the first leg. Andy
Exactly where I
Hamilton.
want to go for Andy Hamilton. He's looks confident in himself.
Second leg, it's
I think
Matt
this
to
is the
throw
one game he
first.
wants to
Game
get
on.
out the way, but I think he has a favourable ending to today. We can just get to the points level. Like I said, we'll keep you in play table if Andy Hamilton was to win this game.
45.
And with Colin McGarry playing Simon Preston next, we could, over the next half an hour, be looking at Colin McGarry and Andy Hamilton look really odds-on favourite to be the two qualifiers, two fantastic names to be here on Saturday night.
140.
James Hurrell absolutely flying against Justin Hood. 4-0 up, averaging 102.
Tell you what, the big winner if James Hurrell gets a card is my good friend Jim Williams.
100.
Big believer that you need that one person around you, your practice partner, etc. Got my eyes on that Alan Norris Bradley Brooks game.
60.
Bradley Brooks sinks the winning double against Alan Norris. A
19.
big chance now for Andy Hamilton. He's one of those players who doesn't watch the darts of his opponent. So he's 40 ahead. You see the raise of the eyebrow there because he knows it's a big chance here. It's a cracker.
77.
Matt Clark, Mace, averaging very low 60s.
Yeah, certainly is out of sorts, Matt Clark, this week. Right on cue, Glenn.
Good at this, Anna.
180.
Hey, there you go,
Couldn't
mate.
make it up. This is live, we can assure you.
Does his tips, huh?
$44. Matt, you require 157.
We'll start on the 20s. And finish now. He's going to be looking good. He's going to leave a 2 darty, you feel. Double checking with Charlie Costafine, our referee.
137.
Well, 180, 137 setup. What do I know?
Yeah, absolutely outstanding.
$95. Matt, you require 20.
It's been reasonably efficient.
No
Ooh,
score.
Wow.
And you require 85.
Will it be a double whammy?
Does like a bull against Clark. Honestly,
52.
he does.
Matt, you require 20.
That's right, Andy. Blame the glasses.
Game shot on the second leg. Matt Clark.
Well, he gets there in the end. Very reminiscent. Very similar to the
Third
match
leg, it's Andy
yesterday.
to throw first. Game on.
Played at a pace. Probably suits Matt Clark more than this man. However, that finish yesterday from Andy would be his argument to that.
25.
Nearly 4 minutes a set. 4 minutes a leg.
Well, we've had a match completed in a minute and change more than that.
60. $71.
Frustration was pretty evident there with Andy Hamilton. Knows he's in a fantastic position in this Group C, and you also sense that Simon Preston will be thinking,
100.
use all your energy, guys, in this one. He could be the big winner here. That next game is not one to be missed. We are beginning to see the outcome and the conclusion of this Group C. Like I said, the next 45 minutes could be very, very important.
135.
Our next 4 matches, Colin McGarry against Preston, Gulliver against Hamilton, Clark against Van Dijk, and then Gulliver against McGarry.
6-0 win,
70.
James Hurrell versus Justin Hood. Wow. My man, Alex Spellman, looks like he's out. 5-2 down to Scott Taylor. Fallon losing 5-2 to North East number 1, Rob Grundy.
Yeah, Robert Grundy's been very, very good in that tie with Fallon.
100.
Yeah, the only man I ever play who drinks milk.
Robert Grundy.
Yeah, Super League as well, and he's got a pint of semi-skimmed.
$59.
Like Gary Anderson
Andy
has about
Require
200 coffees a day.
170.
This is not a repeat from yesterday.
$98. $100. Andy requires 72.
Got to go 14 ball with Matt Clark on 112.
He doesn't want to. He said he likes the ball. He was miles away last time.
47.
Closer this time.
Matt, you require 112.
Matt Clark, second best in this leg. Dart to tops. This would hurt Hamilton. Break a throw.
Game shot on the third
Sweet
leg.
as a nut.
Matt Clark.
Clark leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $44.
Match already 12 minutes old as we start leg 4.
It's affecting Andy as well, but like I said, if Matt Clark hasn't changed from the first start he threw on Monday, it's how you handle it yourself. Handled it extremely
81.
well. Yes, it was interesting, Mace, going back to yesterday's game. But you remember, he looked away, he was angry or something. 'Cause I think Matt Clark, and he just got that little bit of adrenaline going through his body.
Yeah, got a bit of spite.
I think that's what Andy Hamilton needs right now. It just feels a real slow burner, and that suits this
45.
man much more.
Someone, as I'll repeat, asked us a question about Leighton Bennett. And he's 3-1 up on Scott Mitchell, averaging 102.5.
That's a wonderful story, that. I thought Leighton
100.
Bennett was finished. I thought the pressure they put on him. How old was he when he did that London Bridge
13.
against? Oh, wow. I mean, he was the Luke Littler, wasn't he? Everyone was talking about him.
But 3 years younger.
And then all of a sudden he played Bo Greaves down at Chelsea in a youth competition, and the interest was unbelievable. I don't think he recovered from that.
85.
And like you said, he grew 6 inches, and fair play to the lad.
He grew in such a short space of time, and someone asked us that question as well. And we did a little live on Facebook earlier, and I said, well, just put 2 breeze
49.
blocks on their side, put them on the hockey and throw from them. And tell me how you get on. I think that's why we see so many youngsters, real youngsters, find it tough, because they stay at the
57.
same height for a good few years and then have that growth spurt. And it's, most of us didn't really start playing until we were much older and fully grown.
$42.
This has got really ragged.
Hasn't it? But not for this man. Dare I say, he's quite enjoying this game.
Sadistic kind of way.
81.
Super dark.
99.
Yeah.
Squeezing it inside.
Definitely one for the purists, this one. I'm a purist. I'm loving it.
82. And you require 130.
That the big fish. Can he get the baby fish?
Yes, he can. He's been pretty poor on the ball, but he's gotten closer.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's the
Andy
way to do
Hamilton.
it.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on. $26.
Even that bullseye hasn't got Andy going. I thought, just the way they're walking back, I just don't think it's doing him any favours. That's good what he's doing right now. He's really berating himself. He's just trying to get something going through his body.
100.
If it's worked here for Andy. There's a bit of something in these darts.
$81.
Clark has effectively stolen the darts here. Two disappointing visits for Andy. Certainly has now.
140.
So much success here, Matt Clark. I think irrespective of what happens over the next few games, he will be deeply disappointed because he knows how to come here on a Saturday night and win. And he'll be extremely frustrated the way it's
60.
gone this week. We had times where he was using a different dart. He started using different shirts throughout. He was suffering a little bit on the stage with it being cold. Just hasn't been his week. But I tell you what, for Andy Hamilton right now, this man
100.
is his nemesis because he is so tough. You can write him off as much as you want. He can be sat at 0 points, but when you realise you're playing Matt, you know you're going to be in a match. He's dictating the pace, just beginning to control this leg, and Andy has to find something quickly.
134.
Better.
Matt, you require 161.
Still given Matt Clark 6 at 161 if required.
$44.
Well, he finished the match yesterday with real aplomb.
121. Matt, you require 117.
Treble 20, single 17 tops, treble 19 tops. Break and lead. Oh, that's 90 left.
45. And you require 79. $68. Matt, you require 72.
Started on the 16's bed. He will stay there, of course. The tops.
Game shot on the 5th low. Matt Clark.
And Leighton Bennett is on a 9 for the match.
6th low gets Matt to throw first. Game on.
He misses. Double 12 for the 9 to win it 6-1.
$100.
Good times for Matt Clark right now. Difficult moments for Andy Hamilton. Big winner could be Colin McGarry. He's up next, remember.
$99.
Oh, Leighton Bennett did beat our commentator at the MODUS Super Series, former world champion with 107 average.
Yeah, could have been higher. He hit the double 12 for the 9.
140.
Matt Clark has really upped his game in this leg. 261 points away from victory. Andy
78.
is not a happy man. We'll go treble 18.
57.
Yeah, so many players go that way because they've covered the treble 20 bed. But 120 ahead is Matt Clark. Needs to be special.
$121.
Same procedure. That walk to the jockey, just a quick look to that scoreboard to his left. Okay, no emotion with the bad dart. That's a good thing, let me say, by the way.
84.
Left himself a finish.
May go 9-19s or the traditional treble 20, treble 20, treble 17.
His mind is a mush at the moment, but that
171.
is an incredible set of that
120.
171. It was the 170 yesterday finish. That could be the moment. Remember, Andy Hamilton would have the darts in the last leg. Treble 20 needed.
60.
Well, the hammer was
And
out.
he required 32.
He was down and out. But that 171 finish there has given himself an opportunity. Double 16.
Game shot.
We are going all the way.
Andy
Look
Hamilton.
what it means to Andy Hamilton. He knows exactly the situation.
Yeah,
So
that
then final leg,
171
it's
was
Andy to
a hammer
throw
blow.
first. Game on.
Just look what he's doing there. He is trying to get that spirit, that positivity going through his body. I like that dart. That's thrown with gusto. Just felt a very lethargic
100.
performance. That smiles on his face there. I'd recommend he gets back to the growl.
$60.
What a turnaround. Clark was a massive in-play favourite less than 2 minutes ago. Now Andy Hamilton feeling he can't miss. He can't miss.
140. $83.
100 ahead plus these. It feels like it's hammer time. This was a game that ended 4-3 yesterday.
140.
One thing I can confirm, it will end 4-3 here. Once again, it's been brutal at times. It's been a slug, but the most important is the 2 points. The challenge of beating this man. He ain't giving up. He ain't giving up.
180. And you require 121.
That's his second of the match. Has it come too late? Maybe not. Is there another twist in the tail of this tie?
81.
Well, we heard the scream of delight, so it could be twist and shout at the end of this. But if you had said to Andy Hamilton at the end of this game, you're going to have 3 darts, clear darted tops for the match, he'd have said, yes, please. And for Matt Clark,
58.
not an awful lot of pressure.
And you require 40.
Can Hamilton keep the pressure on McGarry? Double 10 he needs.
Absolutely incredible.
Matt, you require 120.
Unbelievable. And remember the 170 finish? Well, this will feel like the absolute equivalent for Matt Clark. Can he see enough of that treble? A well-thrown dart, no reward.
60.
And Andy Hamilton saying, please hit the big number.
And you require 5.
Yeah, this one shrinks to the size of a postage stamp. And that's why he's going for the 3. Right in the middle. That's always reassuring.
All big with the first one, Andy.
No score.
That's the danger.
Matt, you require 60.
Can see that facial expression he didn't expect to be back. He's putting his darts away.
$40. And do you require 5?
He's sticking to the same strategy of big 3. I have a feeling he won't hit the big one this time.
Game, shots,
well,
and the match.
We got there in the
Andy
end.
Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton has played Matt Clark twice, and both of them have gone the distance and more. Andy Hamilton in the head-to-head takes the 4 points from Matt Clark. The luckless Matt Clark, it just hasn't been his week. There was a couple of big finishes in that game, but it was all about who could survive in the end. And Andy Hamilton does get to the 12 points alongside Colin McGarry, who's on next. He plays Simon Preston.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Andy Hamilton got the better of Matt Clark in a last leg decided by 4-3. He moves on to 12 points alongside Colin McGarry, who's in action in our next match against Simon Preston. A win for Preston, and each of the top three will be on 12. In comms, Glenn and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, big game for both. A chance for McGarry yet again to pull clear at the top, or a chance for Preston to join Hamilton and McGarry at the top of the table on 12 points.
First leg, it's Colin to throw
Funny
first.
old day so far,
Game
but
on.
ultimately pretty much worked out as we anticipated. Probably not in the manner in which we anticipated, Glenn, but all those that we expected to win have won.
Yeah, there was the potential that Game 7 was going to be a really
100.
crucial game, and that's how it's proven to be. But boy, if we had some ups and downs and a couple of 3-4-3s already today, which could have gone either way. I mean, this man had his own trials and tribulations against
100.
Trina Gulliver. Oh, Trina haven't matched darts, but they've got to the desired points. For me, the man in your picture now has been the best player out of the three of them. I think Andy Hamilton will need a lay down after the last game. He went
60.
through absolutely everything there. A game that nearly took 28 minutes. And yesterday didn't really recover from that game, Andy Hamilton.
No, he was put through the ringer yesterday and through the ringer today. Scott, the first player into the quarterfinals
123.
on day 2 of the final stage of Q School, beating Darren Webster 6-2.
$81.
Yeah, I get the sense that Simon likes the underdog role.
140.
I think he plays with a bit more freedom, but when he had that expectation against Trina, he did begin to show vulnerability.
180. Simon, you require 138.
Outstanding from McGarry, not for the first time today.
$40.
Yeah, great start from both, but he won't like that bounce
Colin,
out,
you
Simon.
require 80.
Don't hit the 1 and 5, Colin. Too many people have done that this week. That is perfection. For a 15-dart hold.
60. Simon, you require 98.
Triple 20, double 19. Treble 18, double 12.
$42. Colin, you require 20.
He's been clinical on this double 10. Couple of missed ones in this one. He won't like that because this is the dreaded double 5. He
10.
said every single
Simon, you
wire
require
going for every
56.
double in this first leg as Colin McGarry. And Simon Preston, unexpected chance.
Game shot on the first leg. Simon
How
Preston.
many times has he done that already over the course of
Second leg, it's Simon to
a
throw
day and
first.
a half of
Game
this
on.
Group C?
$43.
Yeah, we did say that this is a big game.
140.
Now, if it does end up with Simon Preston winning, let's have a look at the in-play table. How tight is that? Just as we like it as in neutral, don't forget. I just sense it was a bigger game for Colin McGarry here
135.
because getting him to 14 points, he'd have a 4-point lead over Simon Preston. However, a win here for Simon. Look how tight that makes it. I think for Andy Hamilton, the Simon
140.
Preston win would be nice.
Well, I'm not so sure. I think he'd prefer to see Preston gapped.
180.
Has other ideas. players already through to the last 8. Matt Denon at the
85.
expense of
Simon
John O'Shea
Mackay,
being him 6-1.
143.
Connor Scott did Webster 6-2. Dom Taylor 5-1 up on Darren Beveridge, but James Huthwaite and Danny Lauby locked at 4-4.
Yeah, some of the big hitters flexing their muscles at the moment.
75. Colin
Miller
Urukai,
Klassen doing fantastic on the
136.
European. Oh, this would be ideal.
96.
Now all he can do is
Simon
hope
Urukai, 68.
Simon Preston will get a dart or a double here. I'm confident that on the 68.
15 and ball. On fire again, Glenn.
43. Colin Urukai, 40.
Glenn says nothing.
$20.
Oh, should be 2-0 up
Simon,
and
you
cruising here.
required
8
25.
darts at a double.
Around the wires in 80 days. Double 12. He does like this route on 25. That is ups and downs on this double 6.
19. Colin, you required 20.
So wire again on double
10.
5.
Simon, you require 6.
11 missed darts out of double for Colin McGarry.
Game shot on the second leg.
He just picks
Simon
up the scraps.
Preston.
He shakes his head. Can't believe he's 2-0 up, but that is the scenario, Simon.
Living a
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first.
charmed
Game on.
life. But McGarry knows he's led 2-0 often enough and been pegged back.
140.
He'll be looking to do the same here against Simon Preston. Doesn't have to really have too much concern about the scoring phase, just the finishing. He has none
100.
from 11.
His scoring's been terrific all day.
26 incoming. Oh no, you're all right, Clint.
100.
Told you.
$95. $43.
Now on 3 or 6, sensibly, would be to go downstairs. So good thinking from Simon. He'll stay there. And now we'll go back to treble 20. And the reason players do that,
96.
of course, that would have left the big fish. Good thinking from Simon.
$140.
Pair of these could meet again. Both playing on the World Seniors Tour. He has that flicker of a dart, doesn't he?
90. Colin, you
Yeah,
require
Like
78.
you say, it's a wristy throw. There's the treble 12. Treble 18.
Game
There's the
shot
double
third
12. And
leg.
he's saying to himself,
Colin McGarry.
where have they been?
Well, that's why he had the reaction there, because there's doubles.
Fourth leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Not being to
Game
the
on.
standard he would like to be. Simon perfectly fine on 33% on the doubles. Incredibly, despite all those missed doubles, McGarry's still averaging 90.
81.
Just got the weight of
140.
throw so well now.
You get the sense when he's practicing going in that players area, he's just doing what Simon's doing now and just concentrating on that treble 20 bed because he's got that perfectly fine.
100.
It's a lovely rhythm at the moment, Colin.
100.
Very, very nice.
Danny Lowby joins Matty Dennant, Dom Taylor and Connor Scott into the quarters with a 6-5 win over James Huthwaite.
Speaking of James, my good friend Jammer, James Hurrell forward up
81.
over Bradley Brooks. And like you say, Northeast #1 Rob Grundy. There's a lot of expectation on him these days. He's handling it very, very nicely. He's leading Scott Taylor, who's always a tough nut to crack.
$100.
Leighton Bennett, the player of the day today for me.
59. Colin, you require
He's currently
161.
2-2 with Dan Reed. Brilliant
123.
recovery.
How many times have we seen 38 as a finish today? Determination of which way he's going to go. Could be how Simon hits this last start.
82.
A decision
Colin,
to
you
be made for
require
Gary.
38. Game shot on
Makes
the
the
fourth
right one.
leg.
2-2.
Colin McGarry.
Well, game 3 went 4-3. Game 4 went 4-3.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Game 6, 4-3. Are we going to go the distance on this one? Really tight group. I think Andy Hamilton will be delighted to see its trainer up next, you know.
140.
I'm just thinking of what you mentioned after that long game he had yesterday.
Yeah, and he got put through the ringer today.
You got Matt Clarked.
It's been good for McGarry. 14 darter in leg 3, 13 in leg 4. Kicks with a 140. I said he's got the real measure of the lipstick right now.
140.
Yeah, it's a shock when he misses the treble. That's a nice feeling for him. Like I said, he didn't panic. There was no sulking, throwing his arms about this week. Just kept patient. I know his good friend Neil Duff, who's been the star
137.
performer, has said he was going to be watching him this week. I think he'd be pleasantly surprised at the scoring. Maybe he could do better on the outer ring. You can't have everything. This is
140.
lovely to watch. 11 missed darts at a double, and he's averaging over 100.
Yeah, that is remarkable.
40. Colin, you require 81. $57.
That was for an 11-stroke 12 darter.
$123. Colin, you require 24.
2-0 down.
Game shot on the
The
fifth
3-2
leg.
up.
Colin
That
McGarry.
double three's been nice to him, actually.
This is a really
Sixth
good
leg, it's Simon to throw
performance.
first. Game on.
2-0 down. Legs of 14, 13 and 15.
$42.
Jules Van Dongen going well in the European Q skill. Yellow class and doing fantastically well.
140.
Oops, Puha, New Zealand. He's looking good.
James Hurrell confirmed 6-1 winner. Bennett leading 4-2. Robert Grundy leading 5-3.
140.
Willie Borland trailing Adam Paxton 5-4.
$180.
This is really good.
I think
140 followed by a 180. The average still in excess of a ton.
look at the amount of 140s in
Yeah.
this match. 5 legs, that's all.
96.
A scoring masterclass here from Colin McGarry. One of the best I've seen.
93.
Adam Paxton has got the better ball in 6-4. Triple 17 if you don't fancy the 20.
66. Colin, you require 88.
Does he go for the ball? Makes his decision. Yes, he does. Actually, double 7.
Game, shot, and the match.
Was an incredible
Colin
performance from
McGarry.
Colin McGarry. Incredibly, just averaged just shy of 100, despite the fact of having a nightmare on the doubles. Colin McGarry, who in Group A was nowhere near his level best, is producing some of the best stuff this week, and he is peaking at the right time. Take a bow, Colin McGarry, 99.53. Well done, sir. Can you follow that, Andy Hamilton? He's up next against Trina Gulliver. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we've just watched something really special from Colin McGarry. He was 2-0 down against Simon Preston and then went on to average over 111 in the next 4 legs. In a spectacular performance that he becomes the first player to 14 points. So the job for this man in your picture, Andy the Hammer Hamilton, is to get past Trina
First
Gulliver
leg, it's
and
Trina's
join
the
him on
front
14
first.
points, because that
Game
separation
on.
at the top is just beginning to be seen. And for Trina, it seems like a while since she last played Simon Preston. She did have match darts in that game, and we began to see your best
81.
later on in the games yesterday. Will it be the same today, Chris Mason?
This is definitely not the voice of Chris Mason, is it?
What on earth has happened to your voice? But joking aside, great to have Henry Deacon in the commentary box.
180.
And how have you seen the week so far, Henry?
Well, Neil Duff for me has been head and shoulders the best player of the group, hasn't he,
43.
so far? Especially Tuesday and Wednesday. It's a slow start on Monday, but he continued to go through the gears. But Andy Hamilton has at times shown that Q School form that sent him through to stage 2 in the Super
60.
Series. As for Trina Gulliver, well, she has been getting better as the week's gone on. We kind of expected her to do that because
85.
it was a late call-up for her. Only got the invitation on Tuesday. We've not played a lot of darts over the Christmas period, but we're bitterly disappointed. As you say, had those match darts against Simon Preston last time out, and you could just see when she
21.
missed those couple of darts that she had that little bit of a glint in her eye and a little bit of a raised smile, knowing that was possibly opportunity missed. But for her, it's legs in the bank, isn't it,
42.
ahead of the Circus Tavern of the World Seniors in February.
Yeah, it was a nice to chat with her, and she probably won't see that when she's up there. I just sense when she had that winning dart at a double is when it's not happening frequently. That's when there's a little bit of fear
42.
comes in. It would have done her the world of good. I think she's got a tough finish as well to the day in playing Andy, and obviously Colin McGarry to come as well. So it could have been a missed opportunity, that's for sure.
Well, as far as Andy's day is
83.
concerned, it has been solid. Averages of 84.5 and 81.86 in 4-2 successes against Simon Preston. And then, of course, that last leg game against Matt Clark in Game 6. But it is Gulliver who's going to be first to finish in this first leg with the darts.
60.
Yeah, you
Trini
could argue
Rakai,
that
167.
the Hammer has played it, the two methodical players as well. I think he enjoys the pace of a Trina, of a Colin McGarry. So we may see sort of the best from Andy there.
59.
It was a real grueler against
Andy Rakai,
McLaren. He got over the line.
138.
That's the most important thing. Job done.
So going to be job done with the 138. This would be a flashy way to start. Another one of them. Gives himself a dart at double 12. Just a whisker of a wire away. Gulliver now has her own chance at a ton topper.
Yeah, she went the 18s route on the 108 last time. Quite old school, if you have to say. Can't be done this time. Chance for the Hammer.
48. Andy Rakai,
For
24.
the break in the opening leg. First one clips the wire. And usually the way Andy's dart sits up, that can be a nice guide.
12.
Yeah, I have
Trini
to agree,
Rakai,
Henry.
60.
He kissed them off the tungsten yesterday. I think his mind is a mush after that game with Matt Clark. He wasn't the best after he played Matt Clark yesterday. This was the double that Trina had to win her previous
40.
game.
Andy
Them
Rakai,
troubles
12.
continue.
The woes on the doubles go on for the Golden Girl, and Hamilton gift-wrapped another opportunity at double 6. He's already had 4 darts to win this first leg. And at the
Game
6th
shot
time
on the
of
first
asking, he
leg.
finds double
Andy
6 for an
Hamilton.
opening leg break. Hamilton leads 1-0.
Look, Henry, you've been here
Second
more
leg,
than
it's
anybody.
Andy
You
to
know the
throw
MODUS
first.
Super
Game
Series.
on.
It is about just qualification, is it? Andy Hamilton will be part and be thinking, great, I'm in a great position, but I'm not producing the darts. I know I can be playing. Saturday night's just a totally different scenario, isn't it?
And I think this Saturday night in
36.
particular, we kind of mentioned it last night when we were both on stage. When you think about some of the names that could be involved, Neil Duffy definitely knows going to be there. Matt Edgar, Martin Adams in very good suits. Andy Hamilton's that type of player that if
45.
you get him in that environment against that type of player, in front of what should be a good crowd as well tomorrow night, you'll see a different side towards the Hammer as we have a look at the overhead angle and the way the darts enter the board. And as you can see, Andy's darts really do stand up to
95.
attention. That bulbous barrel means a dart can be a bit of a guide if it goes above and then maybe to the sides on the doubles, whereas Trina's kind of sit a little bit more flatline in the board.
85.
In Q School, Leighton Bennett's into the quarterfinals. He's beaten Dan Reed by 6 legs to 4 with an 88.21 average.
Another fantastic story, isn't it, Henry? I think the whole Willie Borland, I thought that was
140.
going to get the headlines. The last play to qualify from Q School, Section 1, and then that fantastic run yesterday. But I just think the return of Leighton Bennett on top of the whole Luke Littler thing.
81.
What is it? What is it about these young players who can seem to bounce back, and fair play to him?
Warming up in the last 16, James Hubble, Grundy, Danny Lauby, who I think's been the star of Q Score
41.
this year, up against Adam Paxton.
He'll fancy his chances in that one, won't he?
I certainly will. And then Dom Taylor, Connor Scott.
That's the game of the quarters, isn't it? That's
Get
in there, Trina.
180.
fighting away. Yeah, and this could be a World Seniors game next month at the Circus Tavern. Both players confirmed.
121. Trudy require 110.
Kind of a 110 for the break back and to level this game up at 1 apiece. Treble 18 to have left the subsequent double.
74.
Hamilton then back for a 2-0 lead.
And he requires 68.
Yeah, he'd expect the dart to double in this 68 combination. Doesn't want that lateral drift, so that big target of 8 or 16, giving himself a dart to double. Keep it simple.
36.
The rewards
Trini
usually
required
follow
36.
chance for Gulliver.
218, Trina. That might be a lovely guide for the Golden Girl, but she moves inside and so across for double 9.
18.
She's had opportunity. She's had 5 darts at a double in this game,
he
but she
required
hasn't been able to
32.
find the intended targets. And so Hamilton to back the break up with a hold. Double
Game shot on the
16 is
second
found
leg.
for a 2-0
Andy
lead for the
Hamilton.
former world finalist.
Yeah, just a question for you now. The
Third leg, it's Trina to
psychology of the
throw
game.
first.
We've got
Game
2 or
on.
3 players who are methodical, take their time. And the whole psychology just sort of changes when there's a Matt Clark, when there's
41.
a Andy Hamilton, a Simon Preston when they're up there. And yet we've got the really quick players as well, with Colin McGarry, Bram Van Dijk and Trina as well. Has been that incredible psychology where people have stood behind for an awful long time.
95.
Well, it's been similar discussions, hasn't there, in the past in snooker with Mark Selby in particular, in terms of how you have to adapt your game depending on the pace that somebody goes at.
55.
But as well, you should say counter-wise, it's exactly the same for when you've got a player who's a bit faster, like a Danny Lauby, like a Moreno Blom, where you can almost be tricked into their speed at the same time.
Yeah, I was asked the question by Mace, who was the most difficult player you played against, and mine's Ricky Evans.
140.
So totally get where you're coming from. Looking good for Hamilton, despite not being at his best here. There you go downstairs.
27.
Struggling to find it at the moment.
We spoke to you about UK Q School in the European Union. Quarter-finals being played. Tim Volters 0, Benjamin Drew Roos 2, 2-15 darters for the Dane in that one. Now made it
99.
3-0, Benjamin in that one. Meanwhile, Jelle Klassen 3-2 to the good on Gilbert van der Meij. Now, if he doesn't qualify for a card, you will see him here at the Super Series, having won an ADC qualifier. Patrick Girat's 4-1 up on
44.
Patrick
And
Tringler.
he required
And Jules Van Dongen, who Pai
167.
Puha, are about to get underway. Hamilton for a 3-0 lead, 167.
He had the 170 yesterday.
95.
That glint in the eye, as Henry alluded to, just seemed to come to the fore there. However, no dramas whatsoever, with Trina way back on 3-3-4.
45.
All very
And he
comfortable for
requires
Andy Hamilton.
72.
And this is what it would mean. That separation, Henry.
Every game is amplified at this point of a group.
52.
Usually we'd say every miss is amplified, but he is going to come back for more, is the hammer.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to speak to the guys at the top. I think Colin McGarry, his
59.
scoring power. He
And he
has to be
required
happy.
20.
But I think Andy will be a little bit of frustration in his game. He's rode his luck.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Hamilton.
Hasn't been at his best in this one, but he leads 3-0.
But also, what we should also
Fourth leg,
mention
it's
with
Andy
Andy
to
is
throw
it's
first.
kind of
Game on.
akin to a player who's played 5 days at the Super Series. He played the first stage of Q School, and he had to win a lot of matches and play a lot of darts in those 3 days. And then he's had to travel down to Portsmouth.
60.
So he has had a lot of game time and a lot of travelling.
Yeah, and of course, tomorrow night is the final. So he's got another few hours during the afternoon to
61.
get himself ready. It is difficult on the body. When you get over the age of 50, you certainly know when you've had 4 or 5 days on the spin. But the adrenaline supersedes that tomorrow night, and that big prize of $5,000.
27.
Pocket change to you, Henry.
Day's wages. So you get by the hour, isn't it, Duzzer?
100.
Say now till I see me solicitor. You've seen the Hammer have difficult times on this stage, Henry. It's good to see a real legend up there, you know, right at the top of the table, isn't it?
58.
And it's good to see him in a good place about the game as well, isn't it? He's a player who, look, he's hit the heights, he's reached world finals, multiple televised finals, but he's also
60.
had his trials and tribulations with the sport. He's been on and off the pro circuit. He's played in the BDO system in the past. But I feel like he's beginning to find a place within the sport where he's feeling at home with the World Seniors. He's going to be playing at the Circus Tavern. He plays here regularly at the Super Series. I feel like a little bit like players like
96.
Kevin Painter in the respect of, I think they found their happy medium as to where they are with the sport right now. They're still competitive, they're still ambitious, but they know where their home is.
123.
Perfect dart for the Hammer. Absolute perfection darts from the Hammer.
180.
Time
Trini
in,
required
Henry.
157.
Well, it's all about Gulliver to save the match. 157 isn't going to happen. And so Hamilton back for the match and a 4-0 win.
97. And you require 80.
For the match.
2 10s.
60.
Doesn't go. And with the way the legs difference is going,
Trini
maybe every leg
requires
could be
60.
crucial. Gulliver back for 60 to claw one back.
It's the Achilles heel of the double low for Trina. Doesn't look ideal. It's a big move across to the Oki.
40.
And those troubles continue. Hamilton for
And
the
he
match.
required 20.
It just hasn't happened for Trina. Hamilton back for 10s. He's 3 from 12 on the doubles,
Game,
but he
shots,
finds
and
the winning
match.
one, and it's
Andy
a 4-0
Hamilton.
success for Andy Hamilton against Trina Gulliver. That moves him on to 14 points, level with McGarry at the top of the pile, but more crucially, 4 points clear of Simon Preston in third place. Those are statistics from that one. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Matt Clark against Bram van Dijk. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Andy Hamilton strengthened his grip on a place in Saturday night's final 4-0 win against Trina Gulliver for the Hammer.
Yeah, and up next it is Matt Clark against
First leg, it's
Bram
Matt to
van
throw
Dijk.
first. Game on.
Well, they both have this match. And Bram has to play Andy Hamilton and then Simon Preston in his final game.
97.
So he's got a maximum of 6 points available, so he is out of the equation. He can only reach 12.
82.
I just want to get your assessment on Bram, because we've seen him now for 5 days. We've seen a little bit of everything from him, but there's been some promising signs, hasn't there, at times?
Yeah, I think when myself and Glenn looked at the fundamentals of his throw on Monday morning, it was
58.
fluid. It was everything you would expect from a young European player and
94.
an inexperienced young European player. So there can be no negatives. It's lessons learned, experience mixing with much more experienced players, picking up on tips and advice and looking at how they approach things and how they deal with things.
58.
And like I said, there's to be no negatives. He's just going to take plenty from this, and we are going to see him again because he's qualified again.
140.
I hope they don't rush him back. I'd like to see him go away 3 months' time, look back on what he's learnt here, take that locally and into tournament play, and then come back, and I think we'll see an even more improved player, because I think he's improved.
140.
Well, statistics back that up.
And his temperament, for me, has probably been one of his strongest suits, because sometimes you see players of Bram's age come here and sometimes their head can drop, but we haven't seen that once from him this week.
Matt, you require
No,
148.
he's dealt with it very, very well, and was always going to be up against it in a Group A that he entered, and the type of players in that group, and then coming into this one with the experience of McGarry and Hamilton and
Bram, you require 69.
Matt Clark, who it's certainly not worked out for. He's just picked up 1 win. That's unheard of.
Game shot on the first
2-16,
leg.
so Van
Bram
Dijk breaks to lead 1-0. 15 data for the young Dutchman.
Second leg, it's Bram
He's
to throw
capable
first.
of doing that.
Game
So
on.
it's just about how do I repeat that more frequently, and that will come as he grows as a player.
58.
You get the better of Matt yesterday. 4-2 with a 40% on his doubles. He had the 180. Of course, they were
99.
in Group A. It was a tough fought-out Group A with Neil Duff
53.
dominating.
Do you fancy pick for tomorrow, Neil?
From what we've seen so far, for sure, there's been McGarry is, in terms of quality, he's the only one that's really come close.
93.
On Wednesday,
77.
Bram got a win over Matt, 4-2 with a 92-94 average and 80% on his doubles. So the last 2 meetings have all gone Bram's way.
$96.
It's 4-2 on Tuesday to Matt Clark. So it just shows you he's gaining experience.
60.
Say won one of those European qualifiers that ADC Europe have put on, and they've put on a fair number of them. We're going to see a number of different players from across the continent playing here at the Super Series over the next couple of months or so. They also had their first ever major event as
93.
well, the Benelux Masters tournament, which took place at the back end of 2023.
Yeah, when Glenn spoke to me,
57. Matt, you
Glenn
require
had a look at his seasonal average, which
120.
is just shy of 76, and he felt like he could play with around the 80 to 85 mark. Well, his average yesterday was 80.59.
That's not going to take out the 120, but he's got a couple of goes
85.
at it.
And to put that into some kind of perspective, Simon, who won 4 of his 5, averaged 1.5 more.
100. Matt, you require 35.
To get the break back. Level up at 1-1. Double 16. Up for 8s for a level game. And a level game it is, 1-1. Van Dijk broke in the first. Clark has broken back. You can't separate the pair. It's 1 apiece after 2.
Third leg, it's Matt
Elsewhere at Q School.
on.
To the quarterfinals in the United Kingdom. Matthew Dennant is flying against Leighton Bennett. 105 average, 4-0 to the good. Bennett, who we believe is double 12 for the 9 against Scott Mitchell.
He did.
140.
He's going great guns, but looks as if he's hit a stumbling block there. James Hurrell, 2-1 to the good against Rob Grundy. Lauby, Danny Lauby, 3-2 up against Adam Paxton. Danny Lauby's at a great Q School. And Dom Taylor, 4-2 up on Connor Scott. That was probably the game that when you looked at that side of the draw for, that's a proper battle.
Yeah, 2 young players who I expect to have a big future within the PDC
40.
system. Of course, Connor Scott won his card 2 years ago. Not quite worked out for him. I felt at the time it came a bit too early. Wasn't that
99.
experienced at that kind of level. Did play very well down in Southampton, didn't he? But I always felt that it had come too early, but he played very well 2 years ago to qualify. Dom Taylor, I think, will relish the opportunity to mix it with the very
60.
best.
He made a very good account of himself for the World Championships in December just gone. In the Europe Q School, Patrick Girat has beaten Patrick Tringler by 6 legs to 3. That shouldn't be confusion. Benjamin Drew Roos beat Tim Walters 6-1. And Jelle Claessen's beaten Gilbert van der Meyen by 6 legs to 4. Still playing between Jules van Dongen and Hopai Puha. Van Dongen 4-2 to the good. As Van Dijk is hoping to net the fish.
Yeah, for a breaker throw and a 2-1 lead. Ooh, just bumped in off that dart.
Tipped off the barrel on the other side.
82.
So the fish is going to be netted, but Clark has an opportunity of a ton topper of his own.
$11 and ball.
Red bit.
Game
2-1 Clark, and that is so in his wheelhouse, isn't it? That type of mid-range finish, just to break Van Dijk. It's a holder throw in the end, but it may break him by spirit. Clark leads 2-1 from 1-0 down.
Yeah, he gave that a real snarl. He fancied that, but the beauty now for Bram is, yep, I've seen that all week. He won't be affected. That's why having a week here is such a big learning curve, no matter where you are in the stage of your career. Elaubi and Dom Taylor
60.
leading 5-2 respectively against Adam Paxton and Connor Scott.
Now be one of those players you feel like he's got
58.
better as a consequence of being here on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and just the experience of living in the UK and, with due respect, playing in the majority at a higher level than you'll find
59.
locally in the States.
I remember speaking to Danny at some point last year, and he said, someone has to make the sacrifice for the American game to grow. And he said he was willing to make that sacrifice to show that there is a pathway. Because we've seen the players from the CDC circuit, and look, Alex Spellman, another obvious example.
Jacob Taylor.
You know, they've made imprints, but no one's been able to make that big move over here to play professionally on the Pro Tour circuit in recent times, at least.
Yeah.
59.
Leonard Gates. JT, who's going to be here next week. They're at the CDC. I watch it. I'm a huge fan, and there's certainly
95.
some talent.
And in depth now.
Dom Taylor, first one through to the semis. 6-2 win over Connor Scott. Matty Dennant on the verge against Leighton Bennett. 5-1 up.
81.
Talking about on the verge, Van Dijk is on the verge of possibly levelling this game up at 2 apiece. 6 starts on 208. And he's making huge inroads. Maximum inroads.
180.
Beautiful to leave double 14, averaging 90. Matt Clark's 88. Back comes Superman. Will it be a super shot?
140.
It is.
Bram, you require 28.
Just taps him on the shoulder.
Double 7. Oh, wow. Couple of wild ones. Danny Lauby through 6-2.
No score.
Yeah, don't mind
Matt,
that
you
play.
require 102.
Second dart in particular felt rushed, didn't it? But there'll be no rush about this. He's already had a 1-2-1.
Yeah, to make it 2-1. And he wants double 16 for 3-1 for another ton plus out.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Matt
Wow.
Clark.
That is cruel on Bram van Dijk. He had a couple of darts to win the leg, and then Clark comes in with his second ton plus out of the match to break the Bram van
Fifth leg,
Dijk
it's
throw
Matt to
to
throw
lead
first.
3-1 and now have
Game
the
on.
darts for the match.
That's a look of being shell-shocked. He's like, what's going on here?
81.
But this is the thing with Matt Clark. He is never out of a leg. He always does something, whether it's a two-treble visit or just something. He always keeps himself interested.
58.
Kept himself interested, had a go at the 102, then took it out.
Confirmation. Matthew Dennant through 6-1 with a 98.4. Highest of all the winning averages so far in the quarters.
81.
Actually, it's just been corrected. 97.16. Still remains the highest average of all the winning quarter-finalists.
180.
But as we mentioned, the temperament of Bram van Dijk, it could have been so easy for his head to have folded on the back of the back-to-back tub plus outs for Matt Clark. But he sticks with the task ahead of him.
45.
I believe his next tilt at a big event's the Dutch Open in a couple of weeks' time, Bram van Dijk.
56.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to follow his progression in that one.
Great event, isn't it, the Dutch Open?
Carnage.
The one I want to go to. Winner's mark. What's unique about that
98.
event?
That's why it runs smoothly. Certainly something that I will go back to at
97.
some point just for a weekend jolly with the boys and play a bit of darts.
What I like about the Dutch Open is the one event I can go to and not have to chalk.
That's almost guaranteed.
100.
What's
Bram,
the
you require
closest thing to a-
110.
100%. 99.999999 reoccurring.
70.
Well, this will feel like a reoccurring nightmare for Bram van Dijk if Clark takes out this
Matt, you
96 for the
require
match.
96.
Yes, 3 out of 4 on the doubles, Matt Clark. 2 ton plus finishes, averaging 89. Wow.
2 in hand, a double 18. Now across a double 9. But
87.
there has been a miss.
Bram, you require 40.
And it opens up the door for Bram. Double 10. Never in
Game
doubt.
shot on the fifth leg.
Bram breaks
van
back
Dijk.
3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on.
Well, he has a big given many opportunities in this match, has he, Bram? Matt Clark with the 2 ton plus checkouts restricting him. But credit where credit's due. It could have been
99.
so easy for his head to sink. He takes a double 10 and he is still in the game. He's got the darts to send us all the way.
Starts with 99. Matt will be thinking, when will this nightmare be over?
83.
He's played every leg possible so far today.
Yep. Forget,
94.
it is double session day. I think we'll quite run into tonight's action. We'll be having a short break. We're back at 9:45 this evening at the completion of this session.
85.
We'll have plenty of games to bring you. Coming up next,
100.
Trina will be facing Colin McGarry, where he can almost cement his place in tomorrow night's final. It will be Simon Preston against Matt Clark, then Andy Hamilton against Bram, Matt Clark against Trina,
137.
Colin against Andy, and then Bram against Simon.
$60.
Well, that treblers visit there for Bram. Just open up the door somewhat. He's whole 4-2 up now on Rob Grundy.
100.
That's the final match of the
Bram, you
quarterfinals.
require 148.
Well, can Bram find a ton topper of his own? Another one of them. Leads double 14.
120.
Grazes the wire. And Clark, having missed the 96 combo
Matt, you
to win the
require
match in the previous
96.
leg, has got another go at it here.
This time, will it give him something to smile about? He was inside last time. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me he's wide. Now he
Game,
can attack.
shot,
Now
and
he
the
finds
match,
the double.
Matt Clark.
Matt Clark picks up only his second win in Group C, a 4-2 win over Bram van Dijk, an average of 90.58. One of his better performances this week, 50% on the doubles, and finishes of 102 and 121. When we come back after a short break, Trina Gulliver faces table-topping Colin McGarry.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And he's had his ups and downs this week, Matt Clark, but that was a terrific performance there against Bram van Dijk. A really enjoyable game. That 1-2-1 was a particular highlight. But it's all about this man in your picture, Colin McGarry, who has been
First leg,
scoring
it's Trina
for
to throw
absolute
first.
fun today.
Game on.
Against the luckless Trina Gulliver, still searching for a first win, of course. You did have the opportunity against Simon Preston. You felt that was in a mind going into a next game. But for Colin McGarry, potentially
100.
moments away of qualification for Saturday night.
Yeah, just looking at the Q School rankings, Glenn, in the break. Willie Borland is
78.
safe. 7 points. Projected 6, isn't it, to qualify? And Matty Dennant, 6 points plus 35. So,
Yeah, I'm going to put something to you there, Mace. You remember last year, Conan
95.
Whitehead, if he'd have stayed in bed that morning, would have been a professional dart player.
yeah, because of the nature of his defeat was so big, it came down to leg difference. Had he not
100.
played, the leg difference would have remained the same. Another strange rule.
But funny enough, when I said to you, so-and-so's on 6 points, I mean, it's something that you've got to bear in mind now, where you've got
55.
a great leg difference
Yeah,
there.
he's plus 35, Matty Dennant. So,
Why play again,
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, it's the wrong, but something that they may have to take into consideration.
180.
One thing we don't have to take into consideration is Colin McGarry's scoring power at the moment. It is
Yeah.
beautiful.
cannot wait to tally up his numbers tomorrow. So we go into the Saturday night final, where
59.
another spot in
Colin, you
Champions
require
Week will be available, and the winner
143.
taking away 5,000. And don't forget, you can join us here at the Live Lounge for a very, very unique darting experience.
43.
Yeah, Chris Mason will be given that trophy tomorrow night.
Head over to www.dartshop.tv. I think it will be down to a world champion rather than me, mate.
140. Colin, you require 100.
Great first leg from both. Double-double possibly. Absolutely. What a dart.
Game
What
shot
a
the first
finish.
leg.
Everything he
Colin
touches
McGarry.
turns to gold. I've got my sums right. That could be good enough.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he's got such a big leg difference. And it's 17 over Preston. Currently, as it stands, with just being one leg up.
100.
Preston, of course, he can only get to 14 points with 2 wins. But he's 11 legs behind Hamilton.
41.
Andy Hamilton has Bram to play and Colin McGarry.
140. 100.
Yes, we can confirm that the first playthrough, of course, was Neil Duff. And the second player is Colin McGarry. That leg there, I can confirm now that this man will be there on Saturday
60.
night. And many congratulations to Colin, because he didn't produce his best in the Group A, but didn't panic, showed incredible amount of patience, kept that smile on his face. And boy, his scoring
95.
power means he now becomes a major player. And remember that before the dart was thrown on Monday, we did ask who would give you value for money. And we said this man, and he will be there, miss.
141.
Yeah, chuffed a bit for him because, as you rightly said, it was tough going, and he's just sat in and just ground it out until, well, the form we spoke of has come to fruition. It sure has today.
100. Colin, you require
He
60.
has been brilliant.
Yep. He'll want to tidy up his finishing. Beautiful in the first
Game
leg,
shot in
and
the
very,
second
very
leg.
tidy
Colin
in the
McGarry.
second leg.
Well, he's 2 from 2, but actually
Third leg, it's Trina
3,
to
isn't
throw
it?
first.
2 double
Game
tops.
Aye, good point.
Good stuff. 15 and 14. Winning legs from McGarry in this
on.
one.
22.
Could it be an all Northern Ireland final? Duff v McGarry, they have played each other this week, and I tell you what, they brought the best out of each other as well.
Yeah, they did. That would be
45.
a bit of a special tie for Northern Ireland darts.
$41. 60.
Well, the fact that we've been working in number crunching, I don't think that Colin McGarry will know that he's through at this moment. Just continue to play it, thinking he needs them
41.
points.
Yeah, the players do have a players' marshal, and I'm sure you'll make Colin aware that it's job done.
Yeah, I've seen them scenarios, Mace,
100.
where players have wanted, say, 2 legs. Some want to know that.
Yeah.
And some said, just don't tell me. I'm just going to play for the win.
59.
Yeah, certain players play better when they're unaware of the situation.
180.
Yeah, another max. His second in the match. Average goes up to 101.5. Trina going to back him up with one. Very nearly, if it didn't
121.
take
Colin, you require 116.
deflection. He's already had a ton out. Is he going to add 116? He's been brilliant on tops.
Game
And
shot
he's
on the
brilliant
third
again.
leg. Colin McGarry.
Wowzers. This is special. And he finished off his last game from 2-0 down.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw
Against
first.
Simon Preston.
Game
He
on.
averaged 111 in those 4 consecutive legs to go from 2-0 down to a 4-2 win. Another example of what ability
60.
McGarry possesses.
Yeah, you just sense, being in that players' area as well, that practice room. You want a Colin McGarry because his smile's on his face all the time. Fiercely competitive when he's on the hockey.
140.
But that smile is very infectious. And I tell you what's done his game a world of good this week. He's gone through that journey, a word I absolutely detest, by the way. I'm disappointed I've said it,
100.
but he's gone through that journey this week of just not being where you want to, just getting used to the surroundings.
You don't like the phase then? The phrase it's not about the
45.
destination, it's the journey.
Yeah, yeah.
Good. I'll make sure I squeeze it in tomorrow night.
121.
Walking out to the walk-on-song journey now against me at the World Seniors. Don't stop believing. Much better here from Trina, to be fair.
121.
I think the skills here of Colin McGarry is bringing Trina on. Very similar to yesterday. Trina got better as the day went on.
Yeah, she's averaging 81 herself.
125.
And just every statistic I'm looking at right now is just telling me that Colin McGarry is a major player tomorrow night.
$39. Colin, you require 95.
Treble 20 double 8.
55. Trina, you require 156.
Just unlucky for Trina. But you would think that is their last
60.
start.
Colin, you require 40.
If this goes in one, be a nice tidy 100 average.
Game,
Gets there in the
shot,
end.
and the
That
match.
was a
Colin
supreme
McGarry.
performance from Colin McGarry. An awful lot of respect from both players there. Trina played their part in a great game. Colin McGarry, if he didn't realise he's through, he probably does now. Just look at those numbers. Peppering that 100 average throughout, 98.56. Wonderful on the doubles. A beautiful 116. Almost perfect. As we move on to game 11, it's Simon Preston against Matt Clark.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, Colin McGarry got the better of Trina Gulliver by 4 legs to 0. So that puts him on to 16 points. And coming up now, we've got Simon Preston up against Matt Clark with Glenn and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. And if Matt Clark can continue his form that he showed last time out in a 4-2 win over Bram, he will end the hopes of Simon Preston and confirm that Colin McGarry and Andy Hamilton will be joining Neil Duff tomorrow night.
First leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
And again, if I've got my numbers right, not only does Simon Preston have to win this game, Merce, but he has to win 4-1 or 4-0 against Matt Clark.
Correct.
That's a tough ask.
134.
Well, they met yesterday, and it was a tight old affair with Simon just edging it 4-3.
I can confirm 4-1 or 4-0 for Simon Preston. If he doesn't achieve that,
78.
Andy Hamilton will be the third player into Saturday night. It's looking good Saturday night, isn't it?
It is. Over in Q School, the players now just 2 wins away from securing a tour card.
41.
Robert Grundy will be facing Danny Lauby, and Matty Tennant will be facing Dom Taylor.
Yeah, they're 4 names that were very prevalent. Most people suggested them names, and someone like Matty Dennett is pretty much through on the scoring numbers anyway, so I think he can relax a little bit
57.
more. But definitely the big hitters have come to play today, that's for sure.
Matt Tennant on 6 points plus 35, so yeah, a win. He doesn't even, well, he doesn't really have to win.
140.
He's more or less home and hosed.
Incredible story. I've been asked about the Matty Dennett question about Q School, so maybe they can change it now and hopefully get his successors.
100.
I think he's got that type of A game, 97 average in the last one, where he can
Yeah,
play with the best.
I've known Matty a lot of years. Used to practice with him when he was a lot younger, when I lived in the
28.
West Midlands. Used to meet in the upstairs of a pub where we had our own private little room where we could practice and use a laptop to do the scoring. We had many a battle. It was obvious he was
99.
super
Simon
talented.
required 158. $100.
I think whatever
Matt
happens to
required
Simon Preston,
167.
I think we'll be seeing him back here. I think he's demonstrated enough quality.
Well, he's been super competitive. He's in 3rd place in a toughish group. You know, he's going to finish above Matt Clark.
28.
No
Simon
mean feat.
required 58.
Yeah, playing that northwest area as well, so he'll be getting plenty of tough match practice in these ADCs. Tops the lead 1-0.
I wonder if he plays a bit of log end.
Game shot on the first leg. Simon Preston.
Great start. It'll be a tough ask to dominate Matt Clark in this game, but
Second leg, it's
One leg
Matt
at a
to throw
time.
first. Game on.
definitely a much better performance from Matt Clark in that previous game. Realisation that he's not going to qualify and just see out the games.
30.
In fact, maybe he's played Bram and the pace of it.
$100. $66.
Preston has already taken the throw. So that first start was a bit of a blocker, so needs to go down to the
92.
19s. Thought it was going to be an incredibly difficult task to win this game, but I would 100 ahead here in this leg. Matt Clark is not demonstrating his qualities so far.
28.
The Hammer has got a couple of difficult games to come. He's up next against Bram van Dijk.
137.
So you've seen some incredible conclusions here at the MODUS Super Series, Chris.
Yeah, we've had some that have created some serious drama. Oh, we're going to get any today.
180.
Well, not with darts like that from Matt Clark, because he could do Andy Hampton a big favour by getting at least to 2 legs. Great bounce back from Preston. He may go at the 12 rather than sticking to the 20. He does exactly that.
132.
Yep, a nice safe dart.
It was a real tight affair between these two yesterday. It went right down to the wire.
137.
4-3
Signing
game.
required
This leg's down
40.
to the wire.
For 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg.
Maybe
Simon
we will
Preston.
get drama.
Yes, fair play to Preston.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw first.
16.
Game on.
No, that was a 14 darter. I'm underselling him. 18 and 14 darts to win the opening 2 legs.
140.
Quality.
When he gets it right, he is. Performances so far
54.
this week could give him the confidence to push on. Like we said, his numbers don't suggest he's anywhere near as good as some of the
59.
performances he's produced.
Yeah, whether people take that one way, like I said, we can look at what we see, and you felt like his best years was when he was playing on the professional darts circuit. But he's very busy on the ADC, which is great. He's getting incredible amount of match
85.
practice at the moment. Deserves to be here, does Simon. Producing some good stuff, and dare I say, looking good for 3-0 here.
Treble 20 leaves 170. Beautiful.
132. $95. Simon, you require 170.
For a 3-0 lead. Finish we've seen twice this week. Michelle van der Horst, of course, and Andy Hamilton.
40.
Yeah, Michelle back in action this evening from 9:45.
They've already getting messages off Matthew Edgar. Is the red carpet out for top of the table, Edgar? Quickly deleted.
$180. Simon, you require 130.
Showing his battling qualities. Is it too late?
Mm. $69 left.
106.
Double
Matt,
12.
you
He does
require
love that
87.
part of the board. Will he be back? Matt Clark after that 180. He'll be looking at treble 17.
Treble 20, double 12. Yeah, shake of the head. That was a long way off, which means he needs a treble to get to a double and finds one. Double 12.
The battle of the double
Game
12.
shot on the third leg. Matt Clark.
And that initial disappointment because Matt traditionally just so straight. However, that bounce
Fourth
back
leg,
and
it's
again.
Matt to throw first. Game on.
Nice to see the fist bump there. However, Andy Hampton is now a leg away from victory. If Matt Clark can take another leg in this game, we will have our Group C players through to tomorrow night.
267 in 6 for Matt Clark there.
81.
Well, credit to Preston. Playing like he
85.
won't be denied.
Very
100.
smooth. Very, very smooth. This is more of a wristy throw. You can see that point of release. Very much like a Superman ending. See a lot of players where their arm will fully extend, where the arm will go down.
180.
But it works for Simon Preston. Been absolute credit to himself at the ADC this week. Big ask for qualification for me right now, but he's still fighting.
44.
This is on the Matt Clark throw, of course. So a break here for Simon. He's throwing for 4-1.
$119.
Tom Taylor has a early 1-0 lead against Matty Denon. What was a very edgy opening leg.
81. Simon, you require 117.
For a 3-1 lead.
$41.
Well, that gives it an outside chance for Matt Clark. Could start the 19s, but very traditional of sticking to the 20s is Matt. And he wishes he did now.
78. Simon, you require 76.
That couldn't be any worse, Simon. Yeah, I feel your pain.
16. Matt, you require 117.
Reminder, if this 117 goes, Andy Hamilton will be here Saturday night.
Trouble 19. Tops.
77. Simon, you require 60.
Just to extend it.
Game shot on the fourth
Keeps
leg.
his hopes
Simon
alive with
Preston.
a clinical 60. Tom Taylor, 2-0
Fifth
up.
leg, it's
Robert
Simon to
Grundy
throw
with a
first.
12 darter. 1-0 up on Danny Lowby.
Game
Be a
on.
fairly quick game, that one, that's for sure. In fact, 4 very quick players. Definitely 4 of the favourites going. One of them will go through today, and the others will be sat pretty.
58.
A reminder what's going on. Simon Preston was to win. He will have
82.
a very, very outside chance of qualification. He can reach 14 points. The leg difference is in Andy Hamilton's favour. Still a tough ask to qualify.
135.
Well, absolute fire. 12 and 13 darts. The opening 2 legs from him to lead 2-0.
Just talking off air to Mason, 2019 was my best year. And I just had a free Sunday
60.
when our team said, "Would you play Super League?" And I went to it, Rob Grundy's local, and he absolutely mullered me.
$123.
Well, I thought it was an outside chance for Simon, but fair play. This is so impressive. He's dominated this game.
On target for a
43.
personal best performance. Averaging 94.36 right now.
I'm being hypercritical. His setup play hasn't been great. Could go Bull.
85.
Great darts from Simon there, and very, very unlucky.
He should be coming back for tops.
Tom Taylor, 3-0 in his semi-final with Matty Dennett. A lot of expectation on him.
60.
Very, very
Simon,
nicely.
you require 100.
Yeah, both players dominating their semi-finals at the moment. He was so good here last time, Dom Taylor.
60.
Simon Preston, very, very good here today. Well, he threw them as quick as Ricky Evans, and
Simon,
it's a
you
180.
require 40.
You know my thoughts on that. Remember, he needed a 4-1 victory. This double 10 gives him that 4-1 victory. Fair play to Simon Preston. That was an extremely good performance. And look at the sportsmanship once again. It's been an excellent performance from Simon. Matt Clark, he really did pick up his game, but wasn't given many opportunities. Just 2 darts at a double, but a super solid performance from Preston. He keeps it interesting. Andy Hamilton, over to you. You're up next against Bram van Dijk.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for match number 12 of 15 in this Group C. And Andy Hamilton is up against Bram van Dijk. And by our reckoning, Glenn, needs just one leg.
First leg, it's Andy to throw
that
first.
can confirm that.
Game on.
Yeah, Simon Preston on 12 points plus 5. He has one more game to play. If he won 4-0, he would go on to plus 9. And if Andy Hamilton even loses this match 4-1, he would be on plus 10. So
58.
effectively couldn't be caught.
41.
Two, of course, met yesterday. Andy Hamilton was a 4-2 winner. Finished very well in that one. 4 from 7.
How do you think Andy will see this campaign?
100.
It's been a bit indifferent, hasn't it? He's looked okay at times. Some players
129.
quite enjoy this round robin environment. I have a feeling Andy is more of a can get up for sort of straight knockout darts, which is pretty much, although they do play 2 games tomorrow night.
180.
It feels more like a knockout scenario. Feels more like a last 16, if you like, with only 6 players.
140.
I've been chatting with John Locken. John Locken's been giving me information on Bram, and like I said, we will be seeing him again here at the MODUS Super Series. When I first saw his darts on Monday, I thought it could be a real big ask. And throughout, he's had flashes of real brilliance.
43.
He'll come back a lot more mature player. Could just be seeing someone just starting a long career in darts. Maybe this time next year we'll be chatting about his
Andy
performances at
Rickline,
Q School.
120.
Yeah, I was chatting with Henry. I hope they don't rush him back. I'd like to see him go away, take this experience, have another 3 months of experiment with what he has learnt this week, because he will have learnt plenty, because it's a
60.
he's been in some great groups with some real experience who would have passed on their knowledge.
A bullseye.
It'd be a miracle dart.
70.
Very close.
And he requires 60.
Dom Taylor through to the final, 101.85, winning 6-1 against Denon.
Hamilton 60 for the one leg he needs. Does that on purpose, remember.
Game
Andy
shot
Hamilton
the first leg.
is the third
Andy
player
Hamilton.
through to tomorrow night's final. He will be the second player from this Group C alongside
Second
Colin
leg, it's Bram
McGarry.
to throw first. Game on.
He will be over the moon.
Yep. Relieved. Now he will be focused on
140.
tomorrow night. I think we all felt that it was down to Colin and Andy. They were 13-8 to win this group, each of 2. I just felt that it was
61.
pretty much nailed on that both would come through this field.
Yeah, fair play to Simon Preston. He pushed them really hard, but the 2 top
83.
players, obviously. And in form, Matt Clark made it quite straightforward that these 2 would probably qualify. I think Simon Preston needs to be highly commended.
Confirmation. Robert Grundy winning big, 6-0 against Danny Lowby.
99.
Between the 2 finalists, they just dropped the 1 leg, and that was Dom Taylor in a 6-1 demolition job of Denon. Dom Taylor, Robert Grundy for the card.
40.
For the dream.
Yeah, the Northeast is going to be well represented with Ryan Joyce, Callan Ridge, and of course Chris Dobie. High hopes for Adam Hunt, but hasn't started just yet for him. But Adam's that type of play. He normally saves it to the last day.
Yeah, he's one of those that if he turns up and
99.
he's got it about him, he can do damage. I'm certainly looking forward to all of those lads, but Chris
40.
Dobie, I thought was incredible in the Worlds. And I think very unfortunate to be left out of the Premier League, especially after his debut campaign.
Yeah, I think if he beats Cross, I think he was really excited for the Luke Littler game. Many people would have been nervous
57.
about that game. I remember he had the Fallon game in 2019 because I played the winner of it. And he was never doubting himself. He's got that incredible belief.
96.
Just said that hotbed of Northeast darts, looking like Rob Grundy will be joining them, and he will hold his own, that's for sure.
Some of the levels of performance, it's hard to disagree. Can't see him not. I mean, even if he loses in the
96.
final,
Grammy required 102.
he's on 5 points. There's no way he's not going to pick up at least 1 point over the next 2 days. That's
50.
if he doesn't win that
And he
final.
require 89.
For a 2-0 lead. He'll start the treble 19.
$57. Bram, you require 52.
Such a confident treble 19. Just waiting for the shout of game shot. Yeah,
20.
just the one dart, the double there.
And you
Bram
require
knows
32.
exactly what he did wrong. They're the lessons he's learning, I promise you right now. Hamilton for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Hamilton.
At the EU. Cute qualifying skill. Benjamin Roos
Third
from
leg, it's Andy
Denmark.
to throw
3-1
first.
up against
Game
Jella
on.
Klassen. Good day for both. Just out of the rankings now. Just. Need a big couple of days. Darius Labanauskas.
81. $61. $140.
Just grabbing this match by the scruff of the neck. It's Andy Hamilton. Shackles are off. Playing with a lot more freedom.
96.
Sense a lot more pace as well.
$43.
Is the final match of the fourth cycle of games, so all the players have one more to play.
140.
Brilliant 140. Matt Clark will be playing Trina Gulliver next, then McGarry against Hamilton, and then Bram versus Simon.
Yeah, that
93.
penultimate game of McGarry Hamilton, remember, both qualify Saturday night. They could be drawn against each other.
And if Andy
134.
converts this
and
lead
you
into
require
a win,
144.
that match between McGarry and Hamilton will be a straight shootout for Group C title honours.
$96. Bram, you require 70.
Yeah, just flexing his body there. Like I said, it's be 5 tough days of playing darts. You don't particularly want this double 16 to go in.
54.
I want to put this match to bed ASAP.
And you require 48.
Double 8 for 3-0.
No score. Bram,
That's
you
what
require
wanted with
16.
dart too, Andy.
I got my maths wrong for a second there.
Game shot on the third leg. Bram van Dijk. Fourth leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on. $90.
Very fluent player is Bram. Really enjoyed watching him this week.
$48. $100.
Here we start to think about tonight as well. Martin Adams topping the table overnight. The story that would be Andy Hamilton. Martin Adams. There's 2 legends there on Saturday night.
We could end up with
96.
4 from the 4 from the seniors tour, couldn't we?
180.
Yeah, you had that feel this week, didn't you, of the more over 50s player. At the moment, it's Bram van Dijk who's just beginning to find his mojo. Anything you can do.
180. Bram, you require 131. $59.
137 being the target here for Andy.
Yep. Shots on.
$99. Bram, you require 72.
Oh, no, yep. Bram likes to start in the 16s on 72. And he'll stay there. Double 12 for 2-2.
60. Andy, you require 78.
The only problem on 78, you don't want to drift into the 4. Got to give it a big full extension of your arm. That's absolutely perfect. Double 12 for 3-1.
$66.
Well,
Bram, you
double
require
6
12.
miss for Andy Hamilton, and that'll be the same target for Van Dijk.
No score. Andy, you
1
require
from 9
12.
on the doubles for Bram, averaging well over 80. Uses that barrel normally to kiss off.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Hamilton
Andy
leads
Hamilton.
3-1.
And has the darts for 4-1.
5th leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
A very, very tight match. The EU qualifying skill final, yellow class and 4-4. Benjamin Roos from Denmark, remember?
Incredible story for Yella to get his card back. Not too many that have worked harder on their game in the last couple of years.
Yeah, when you talk about a brand new throw, that's exactly what Yella had to do. And it looks different to his Lakeside days, but
96.
just as effective. This the beginning of the end of this match.
And that's a third max for Hamilton.
180. $100.
Good Hamilton here. Incredibly focused still.
140.
Scores a 180-140. And nothing
40.
that young
Andy
Van Dijk
require
can do.
141.
And Andy Hamilton is 140 points away from another victory to set up a top of the table clash with Colin McGarry in his final game of the day.
$57.
At the start of the day, it was 8-11 McGarry with the throw. Andy Hamilton, even money.
95. Andy require 84.
And there's been money for McGarry into 8-13, 6-5 about Andy.
Well, Andy will need finishes like this. Been before with this double 6.
72. Bram, you require
Well,
170.
here's one for your social media, Bram. Bit of a highlight reel.
But you nearly called that one right there, miss.
And you require 12.
A broken clock is right twice a day, Glenn.
9. Bram, you require 32.
Well, sensible decision from Bram to not go for the ball, to leave double 16.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Bram van Dijk.
Fair play to the young man. Just digging deep.
6th leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on. 56.
Andy will be frustrated. That double 6 has been a real nemesis. Like I said, very reminiscent of Colin McGarry. A lot of the players have looked really solid on the scoring
81.
phase. I can say the shoulders they've just dropped, the chattering away there because he knows he should be off the stage. Bram van Dijk, when he was talking to me at the beginning of the week about the legends in that room, you can just tick the box off that you've played and beat Andy Hamilton. That's something to take home with him. High-5 in the EU qualifier, both on 81.
23.
Benjamin Roos leaves tops, class on 81 for a tour card.
60.
After hitting 3 consecutive 140s.
And gets it in 2 darts, an 11 darter for Jelle Klassen. He will be joining the Professional Darts Corporation once again as a tour card holder. Many, many congratulations, Jelle Klassen.
140.
The one in the UK is just getting underway between Robert Grundy and Tom Taylor.
100.
Nice to have a West Country boy in the mix. Tom Taylor has left 170 after 9 in leg 1.
$121.
Sense that Andy just wants to get up the stage, conserve energy for tomorrow. And Bram van Dijk, that reaction's telling me because he knows he's in with a shout here.
43.
Well, the fact that Andy Hamilton is
required
giving him chances right now.
136.
Once again,
He's
6 starts from 136 this time, Mess.
Yeah, he's had 13 opportunities, Bram, and only taken 2 of them. Robert Grundy, 1-0 up. The 138 finish in a 12 darter.
96.
He looks a special talent, Glenn. How old is he?
Mid-40s.
Wow.
Probably being as good as this. Hit the 180.
140.
Cheeky.
And you require 40.
For the match again.
Game
It was
shot,
a tale of
and the
missed
match,
opportunities for
Andy
both players, to be
Hamilton.
fair. Where Andy Hamilton qualifies for Saturday night, more importantly. And number 2 sets up in his final game a top of the table clash. But next up, it's Matt Clark against Trina Gulliver.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. This is the final cycle of matches in day 2 of Group C. First up, Matt Clark against Trina Gulliver. Then it'll be a top-of-the-table clash between Colin McGarry and Andy Hamilton. The winner of that will be the winner of Group C, but both will join Neil Duff tomorrow night in Saturday night's final. And then our final match will be Bran van Dijk against Simon Preston.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I get the sense for Matt it's a week he won't want to remember here at the MODUS Super Series. Like I said, he's had so much success here. Just think he assumed he would come here and at least be here Saturday night, but started brightly.
87.
But then there was just a few anomalies in his process and his progress. He won't be here tomorrow night.
100.
You want to finish on a high.
First time ever, that, isn't it?
Just knew he's one of those players. He just knows how to get there. I think it's a surprise to us all.
I said you can't pick when you're going to have a
44.
dip in form, and that's exactly what he's had this week, and it just can't happen. In fairness to him, it's been very unforgiving. Most days
45.
he's missed the old double here and paid the ultimate price.
Yeah, it was a good start to his Group C campaign. It was a 4-0 victory over Trina. It is head-to-head.
85.
Now I can't keep up with the pace of him. He's playing that quick.
$123.
Robert Grundy currently leads Dom Taylor 2-1. Both players averaging shade over a ton. High quality stuff there at Q School.
100.
We start from Clark.
Robert Grundy had to start from stage 1, didn't he? Been a long week for him. He could
59.
probably do with getting it done today.
Yeah, he started travelling around the northeast again, started winning those competitions, and out the blue got a call from the MODUS Super Series.
45.
And it just sort of went from there. It went on to the Challenge Tour, won a Challenge Tour. Just the confidence. He was winning things like the Teesside Open, Cleveland Open.
And they're tough.
Confidence is just kicked on from
60. Matt, you require 140.
there. It's a lovely, lovely story. You've got to say sometimes if you can find a sponsor as well, that sponsor has just given him no worries about the money side of things.
100.
That's fabulous.
Trini, you require 114.
For the first leg, treble 18. The double top. Well, she did say a board management, you've got to smile because it's just so natural and normal.
The first leg. Trina Gulliver.
Yeah, that's a lovely finish, to be fair.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
I don't think people understand that your mind can just be a mush. Something just so normal of treble 18 double tops.
Well, I tell you what I find, if I have, I don't know, maybe a month, 6 weeks away, and then there's a
121.
couple of people in the pub that fancy a game, my counting, it takes a while just to get the brain up to speed, because you don't really do the math. You just know what's left.
Well, I'm not used to getting under 161 these days, so I'm all right.
Yeah, it's more about repetition. Someone had asked me many times, how do you work out the counting? Well, when you've thrown
28.
possibly millions of darts and played hundreds of thousands of legs, it's just an automatic process. I don't, if I'm going for 64 and I hit a treble 7 or an 8, I don't do the math. I just know what's left.
Yeah, we used to have a player who couldn't read or write. I mean, here's what it is. But if you said to him 303 minus 127, you could have
100.
one of the best scorers. I used to love working with him.
Well, and the proof in the pudding of that I don't do the math, when I have done some refereeing, I am absolutely atrocious.
I don't mind it when it's 60, 100, 140 or
60.
180. I struggle after that.
I got many years ago. It was Dave Pallett against Michael Smith in the final of the Midlands Open, and I emceed it. They asked me to MC it for the day and ref the final. Wow,
60.
embarrassing. There's
He
our
does-
referee, and he's far from embarrassing.
Yes, he doesn't make many mistakes, as Charlie.
$134.
Good rhythm to this game from both.
$52. Matt, you require 47.
Tops for a level game.
Game shot on the second leg. Matt Clark.
14 darter from Matt Clark.
A superb
Third leg,
game.
it's
That
Matt to throw
UK
first.
final.
Game
Pure
on.
skill.
Outstanding, isn't it? 104.5 the average for Grundy. He needs 3-2. Dom Taylor averaging 107.
96.
Littered with quality, that match. As was the EU one.
100.
Yeah, on day 2, I got to the final at Q School and got absolutely walloped by Rhys Robinson.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he can, on his day, he can wallop anybody.
What did he say on the MODUS Super Series final? He was born to be a champion or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
60.
Born to be special. Darts trainer.
140. $83. $83.
Fairly evenly matched.
Yeah, just double checking the score there, so no excuses here. Oh, well, he doesn't need to take the 18s into consideration now. He may now.
84.
There's a little bit snatchy for him.
Yeah, I mentioned the worry of going for 18s, of hitting the 4. You've just got to...
60.
Big chance for Grundy for a 4-2 lead in the final Q skill. Does he leads 4-2? I know there'll be a lot of players and the northeast watching.
85. Trini required 118.
Green will start on the treble 20 bed. Never liked that route, but who am I to tell a 10 times world champion?
62. Matt, you required 93.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because if you hit the treble, you've effectively got hit another one to avoid going for the ball.
Double 7.
86. Trini required 56.
I was thinking, does it mean a lot to him this game? Well, that reaction there tells you it absolutely does. He wants to finish on a high. Trina would give anything for these 2 points. Double 12.
Game shot on the third leg. Trina Gulliver.
Rena leads
Fourth leg, it's Trina
2-1,
to throw
where
first.
she
Game
was
on.
5-1 to win this match with the bookies. Matt was 8-1 on.
Yeah, of all the games today, I thought Trina had chance in the opening 2 games.
60.
Had the matches against the top 2 in the middle. I always thought that after the 4-0 victory for Matt, this would be one-sided, but fair play to Trina.
57.
There's a big chance here. Nice little 140 here.
Bit of daylight in the Robert Grundy, Dom Taylor final.
95.
4-2. Robert Grundy leads, and he needs 88 for 5-2.
Dom's missing doubles at the moment.
$45.
5-2. 2 darts.
That was an 11 darter. His average goes to 106.
100.
Back he comes with a
140.
140. Trina's averaging over 82 at the moment.
100.
Yeah, she'd be delighted the way she's finishing with the days. Clearly the practice backstage and just being in the venue a couple of hours helping her.
44. Trini required 146.
Staying on the treble 20. There's the option of treble 19 to start in the 146.
100.
Last start. Trina is no favourite for this match.
Wow, that's a great 140.
Trini required 46.
Matt Clark, 46. Trina for 3-1. Top she needs. That should be a good guide.
26. Matt, you require 75.
He's missed that
35.
big 18 again. That's
Trini
twice in
requires
this.
20.
Double 10 for a 3-1 lead. And she kiss off that dart. Just moves across the hockey.
$10.
What an opportunity.
Matt, you
That
require
is.
40. $30.
I think I was more watching Trina go up with them darts there.
Trini required 10.
Maybe she's just trying a little bit too hard. Sharp and take a breath. Focus on that double 5. Just. That can often be a good sign. Double 2 for a 3-1 lead.
6. Matt, you required 10. $6.
Oh, Trina, another opportunity for
Trini
3-1.
required 4.
I think that. Pleasant. No, it's a blocker. The pick. The low side.
2. Matt, you required 4.
A 2-2. Double 2.
Game shot on the 4th lay.
That
Matt Clark.
will hurt Trina.
Well, more positive news. Robert Grundy
5th lay gets Matt to throw first.
is one
Game
of the
on.
128 tour card holders as of now. A 6-2 win over Dom Taylor. It was a fabulous game. 105.25 Grundy. 104.54 for Dom Taylor. Congratulations
100.
to Robert, and good luck for the rest of Q School, Dom Taylor, and everybody else. Remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
44.
Yeah, it'll be tough to bounce back for Trina after that one. I don't care who you are, how experienced you are.
Ah, that will hurt.
85. $85. 43. 100.
Oh, she's hanging in there right now. Absolutely nothing to separate. 2 legs each. 273 plays 272.
45.
Hasn't got a Scooby-Doo. It's been a strange all week for Matt. How to say, may use the bullseye with the last dart.
$84. 98.
I wonder what the reasons behind going to that torpedo dart coming into the competition. I wonder if this form of Matt Clark is not just this week.
Yeah, that's actually a great shout. The fact that he's
60.
brought another
Matt, you
set
require
does suggest that
130.
he didn't feel 100%.
Because the last time I saw him here, he dominated everybody. Been here before with this double five. How many times have players hit that big
125.
five? I think that's
Trini
what the
require
laughter's for.
128.
Trina will start treble 18. And still finish with treble 20. Well, that's what you thought of that.
76. Matt, you require 5.
Well, it was double 1 in the last leg. Needs the big one this time. Gets it. Double 2. That's not pleasant.
1. Trini require 52.
The opportunities keep on coming for the players. 24 darts they've had at doubles. Only 4's been hit. 42 left. We'll be thinking 10 or the 6. Double 16.
27.
I know what it
Matt,
feels
you
like,
require
Trina.
4.
What do you mean I didn't get down to a double, mace? Don't be cheeky.
It's just about to say, well, he's got some open bed to aim at. Bottom corner now.
No score.
Yeah, we can see the direction of the dart.
Trini required 25.
Trying too hard, miss.
Yeah.
9.
Trying to make it happen, then let it happen.
Matt, you require 4.
Odd house.
No score. Trini requires 16. No score.
Everything but.
Matt, you require 4. Game shot on the 5th leg. Matt Clark.
Well, he gets there. He leads 3-2. Matt Clark won't be happy. Trina Gulliver's not happy.
6th leg, it's Trina to throw
Just
first.
one of those
Game
games. And
on.
I think even Matt Clark's willing the double to go into Trina at times. It's nobody wants to see this legend struggle like she is. As
140.
one of the, if not the greatest female player ever to throw a dart. And like I said, it's tough to see like this. It's difficult to console her afterwards. You can see what the bigger picture is, but maybe might need a couple of days to get over that. A throw looks okay. Throw looks like the Trina Gulliver. Nice little bit of aggression. Yeah, the follow through, but just I think the belief.
22.
And when she's getting herself into those opportunities, that's when a little bit of fear can kick into it. But she's not a million miles away that I can see, Miss.
No, I think a lot of it may be down to confidence and possibly match practice.
92.
Trying to think back of when she would have been involved in any kind of competitive action.
Yeah, two players probably devoid of confidence right now.
121.
Great point.
You can give herself a B+ for her scoring. She'll want to work on those really loose, small 5, small 1 segments where the late release of the
99.
dart. But I think it's just more when she's putting herself and getting himself, and that's where you've got to put the graft in. Learn to love what you hate to do is something that always words I would
58.
use. Just
Matt, you require
using that practice session to check out
170.
on your 72s, your 64s, your doubles.
$40. Trini require 160.
But in dart, you always get another chance.
$60. Matt, you require 130. $42. Trini require 100.
Level 19.
84.
She leaves double 8
Matt, you require 88.
for Matt Clark. This is for the match.
Yeah, normally, it's bread and butter, this kind of shot.
$38. Trini requires 16. Game shot on the 6th.
I was about to say, we
Trina
could be
Gulliver.
here, because that is really difficult with that last dart. Probably the most difficult dart she had at a double in those sequences there.
7th and final leg. It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Go the distance again.
Interesting quip from Ronnie O'Sullivan. Calls Masters venue Alexandra Palace disgusting and makes him feel ill. Well, the darts lads have just been there for the best part of 3
59.
weeks. And listen, the building is remarkable. It's absolutely stunning. The people there are absolutely brilliant, the staff. But after,
32.
was it 17 days? It
Some of the things I saw for the comms box, it was...
yeah, it did smell of stale beer by the end of it. Let's put it that way. And as Ronnie is
100.
he's a bit of a health freak, I should imagine walking in there. No wonder it makes him feel ill.
Say the same about the old lakeside.
140.
Yeah.
Say the way they put the smoke machines on it. I think it hides many sins.
That's just coming from the kitchen.
Yeah, the players there, he was, like I said, it was not the place to be, but put some smoke on, get some heat with a full
99.
crowd, and there was no better place than the lakeside.
Imagine what it smelled like when you could smoke in there.
Well, there's that incredible. Well, the Ali Pal is that
59.
incredible news of the world video, isn't there? Which I think.
Yeah, they didn't need a smoke machine.
And no, I thought the referee was incredible in that one. He was my favourite.
$40. $100.
Into the big fish. This would be a remarkable way to finish this game.
Well, let me take you back to yesterday when we had a real lengthy game with Matt Clark. It was Andy Hamilton who was left with 170.
171.
Fair play to Matt Clark. Set
Trini
up
required
perfect.
170.
No bias, but come on, Trina. Give us a real special...
78.
Well,
Matt,
it
you
an
required
outside chance.
32.
Matt Clark. Will these be his final darts of his Group C campaign?
Game,
Yes,
shot,
it
and the
will.
match,
He gets
Matt
there in the end,
Clark.
does Matt Clark. And you have to feel for Trina, but those are the numbers. It's Matt Clark that gets the 2 points in his final game as we move on to the top of the table clash. It's Colin McGarry against Andy Hamilton.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Up next, a top of the table clash. Winner of this one will be the Group C winner. However, the loser will also join the winner in tomorrow night's final alongside Neil Duff. We're back at 9:45 this evening with the conclusion
First
of
leg, it's
Group
Colin
B,
to
where
front
3
first.
more players
Game on.
will join Neil Duff, Andy Hamilton and Colin McGarry to make our 6-player field for Saturday night's final.
Yeah, bragging rights here.
135.
Quite simply, this could be the final tomorrow night. I think it's more about this man in this game. I think whatever happens here, Colin McGarry can go away thinking, my game's in great shape. My scoring is phenomenal. Tied up on my doubles, and I'll be dangerous.
98.
I think Hamilton Mace is waiting for that one big game.
Yeah, and they met in match number 2 yesterday afternoon. It was a win for Andy,
100.
a 4-2 win. He averaged 87.09, and that was the last time Colin McGarry lost a game in Group C. He lost his opening match
93.
and has not lost since.
Yeah, a lot of it down to incredible scoring power. Been a real highlight. Should go downstairs. That's an area you can improve on, can Colin. His board management,
100.
he leaves too many 166s and 165, which is fine in this circumstance. But I think when he goes up another level, because he has the game to beat, I've championed him all week this week.
100.
Two very, very likeable guys here.
Yeah, great company with both.
60. 125. Colin, you require 106.
Good start from both. McGarry will start the treble. Treble 18. That's such a good marker with the first one. Double 13.
88.
Yeah, the way he's been following
and
his
you
darts
require
today.
85.
I'm not shocked that he stayed.
Yeah, I don't have the stat, but I'm sure 1 and 2 he's hitting a treble 20. Being that good. This is really good from Hamilton. Break a throw this would be for, so has its importance.
75. Colin,
And he
you
knows the
require
importance.
18. No score. And he required 10. Game show on the first leg.
Hamilton
Andy
leads.
Hamilton.
1-0. Again, both had the chances.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
I think that's what will be the strap line to this Group C. Both had their chances. First start was just begging for more.
140.
Standing behind Andy recently and practicing with him and playing him in some exhibitions there. The type of darts he's producing an awful lot. Colin McGarry has produced these type of darts
140.
all day today. 9 out of 10 I'd give him.
Yeah, been impressive. It was impressive yesterday after the defeat to Andy. And he's up to another gear today.
140.
I would suggest, without actually doing the numbers, we'll do at the conclusion of today's action. But I'd say his running average
135.
today is higher than anything he's achieved thus far this week. And that could be a warning sign to the rest of the field for tomorrow night.
Yeah, we mustn't be greedy, but
96.
it'd be nice to add Martin Adams to that list on Saturday night. Just bring that added flavour. I think the question I'm asking myself at tonight, Mace, is
125.
the guy who's
and
actually
you
bottom
require
of the table. That
125.
first game for Gary Stone.
Yeah, it's huge. Gary does play the dangerous John Worsley in match 1, followed by Matthew Edgar against
89.
Michel van der
Colin, you
Horst.
require 101.
And Gary Stone straight back in action against Martin Adams. So those opening 3 matches are key.
Double 18.
83.
Should be, or could be,
And you
2-0 up.
require 36.
May find himself 2-0 down.
Yep, they're the fine margins between two players at the top of the table.
Game shot on the second leg.
Hamilton
Andy
leads 2-0.
Hamilton.
And
This
there's
is
there's an extra bit on this because they know they'll be, well, potentially clashing at some
Third
point
leg, it's
tomorrow
Colin to
night.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you don't have the sense of any sort of dead rubber. And also, you'll start thinking, what groups does Colin McGarry want to be in the same group as
180.
Neil Duff?
$100.
Both averaging well over 100 here.
Good to see. Like you say, it could be treated like a dead rubber, but I think the importance of
40.
trying to get the upper hand and what that will mean for tomorrow night.
Andy Hamilton seems to have saved himself for his best to last. This is superb.
140.
106 and change.
180.
180, 40, 180, and to 101 after 9.
$45. Colin, you require 101.
To reduce the deficit. Couple of 180s in this leg. And a
Game
101
shot on the
to finish
third
as well.
leg. Colin McGarry.
McGarry continues to impress.
Yep.
Fourth leg, it's
What
Sandy
will
to
keep
throw
him
first.
interested
Game on.
is the fact that he will know that this should be fairly one-sided at the moment. But if you don't hit your doubles, he pays the price.
41.
Well, Mace, we waited and waited for Colin McGarry in Group A, and it just didn't really materialise. This Group C campaign, despite that opening loss to Andy Hamilton.
140.
It's just positive after positive.
This is the performances are why we fancied him strongly to do well this week.
81. $40.
I don't know if you've got any pet hate on the board, but I've just seen mine. Players applauding their dart when they score, get a low score and they clap to themselves.
Yeah.
77.
Oh dear. That's another thing I do that will annoy you.
Do you do it?
Yeah. Well, it used to. Now I don't really
85.
care.
Well, 302 is usually a start in the 18s. He has got the option from here now. Wasn't the best of markers, but from my live that I can see
56.
here. Chance for McGarry now. Remember, a breaker throw potentially here. He's got the darts and the way he's scoring. You expect him to be on 56 after this, but not to be.
95.
To 141, so 105 the lead.
$56. Colin, you require 141. $65.
Looking good for 2-2. However, the hammer can put some pressure on that 76. Yeah, there's the wry smile, because when he left that his hands, that looked like a treble in his eye line. That tells me the hammer's got a bad back.
$28. Colin, you require 76.
For 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
High
Colin
quality.
McGarry.
Yeah, averaging 98.4.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Hamilton just dropped off the pace during that leg, down at 87.11.
$140.
Just
26.
taking control is Colin McGarry right now.
$100.
Andy.
140. 140.
Just so pleasing on the eye when he gets it right, Colin.
And he's getting it right here as the average climbs to 102.
54. Colin, you require 121.
Looking forward to a couple of the interviews before the final tomorrow night. 19 left. You want to be careful not to hit the 19 on the 3.
105.
Super darts. As he just run out with superlatives for a player. And today I'm beginning to run out for Colin.
100. Colin, you require 16. Game shot on the
Gary
fifth
leads
leg.
3-2.
Colin McGarry.
Remember, he was down 2-0 in this match. Not an awful lot
Sixth
of
leg, it's Andy to throw
eye contact
first.
there from
Game
Andy.
on.
And Andy still absolutely
140.
100% committed and focused.
Well, one of his key strengths, wasn't it? He would never, ever give up, would Andy? That doesn't go from you.
85.
That competitive spirit. He's in decent shape as Andy.
$100. 40. 60.
Hamilton here just turned the screw in this leg, but
140.
right on cue. Back comes McGarry with a fifth 140. 8 scores between a ton and 139 and 2 maxes. Still averaging over 100, and Andy just trying to stick in there.
41.
It was 2-3-6 last time for Colin. First out was plumbing the treble.
Another one of those would be sweet.
134.
Just everything's
And
been
he
sweet
required
about his game.
160.
Very, very impressed. We did champion him from day one, as we mentioned earlier. This would be special from Hamilton. He's had a 170 to win a match, remember.
Can he have a 160 to stay in this one?
Obligatory lick of the fingers. Is it tops?
Game shot on the
What a
sixth
finish,
leg.
Hammer.
Andy Hamilton.
It's hammer time.
They both enjoyed that one.
Yeah, you
Seventh
just
and
sense that
final leg. It's Collins
camaraderie.
to throw
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, these two know
Game
each other
on.
very, very well, of course.
Just sense that camaraderie between the Group C players and the fist. And a lot of it's been led by this man. He's the one with the big smile on his face. He's the one who's
100.
supporting Bram. Big hugs around and fist bumps with Trina. The last leg decider.
83. 96.
Number 19 coming to the rescue.
$56.
It's been a cracking contest, this. Colin McGarry's average been over 100 pretty much throughout because of scoring like this.
100.
Here's McGarry 6 starts away from topping Group C. The man from Northern Ireland, that top Group A, will be a man from Northern Ireland that tops Group C.
98. $60.
He's 60, which gives Andy a sniff of a chance with the 2 treble visit. Would take him down to the easier finish of the 2. A finish that would only need the 1 treble. Oh.
$94.
Oh, that would have been a
Colin, you
remarkable
require
dart.
145.
We know he can win a game with a 170.
Good shout, Mace. Good shout. I was going to say, will he have a chance, though? This is beautiful again. 65 left.
105.
Set up perfectly.
And you require
But Andy
170.
Hamilton has been here before.
Just taken out 160. Surely he can't back it up with a 170.
$96.
Well, nothing to
Colin,
separate
you
them, but
require
once again,
40.
Colin McGarry's put on another masterclass. His numbers have been phenomenal today. The double away from topping Group C.
Game,
And he hits it.
shot,
He
and
has
the
been
match,
absolutely
Colin
marvellous.
McGarry.
And Andy Hamilton played his part in a fantastic game. But it's Colin McGarry that wins Group C with a 98.13 average. And we will see him tomorrow night as we go to the final match of Group C. It's Bram van Dijk against Simon Preston.
Good afternoon and welcome back, or should I say good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for our final game in Group C, and it features Bram van Dijk against Simon Preston, and these two met in our opening game yesterday, and it was a decent quality affair with Simon winning 4-2 with a 90.66, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Bram
First leg, it's Bram to throw
literally
first.
just shy of
Game
90. He
on.
was 2 out of 6 on his doubles. And the only 180 in the leg came from Bram. This time, though, he does have the honour. Will be
99.
the final time we will see these two this week, as Neil Duff, the winner of Group A, is safely through to tomorrow night's final, as is Colin McGarry and Andy Hamilton, who finished in P1 and P2 respectively
26.
in Group C. But two players I'm sure we will see again in the MODUS Super Series.
58.
Don't forget, it is double session day, so this evening we'll see the return of Gary Stone against John
140.
Worsley at 9:45 this evening, followed by Michel van der Horst against Matt Edgar.
57.
And then the fifth player in this group, Martin Adams, will then take on Gary Stone. That's the first 3 of 10 matches we will bring you tonight. Currently out on top in Group B is Matt Edgar and the legend, Martin Adams.
123.
Yeah, I do enjoy the Group Bs, to be fair. I don't think I've ever been involved, well, apart from playing in one,
100.
I don't think I've ever been one that I haven't enjoyed. But I just think the fact it's 3, I think a lot of players are more settled. This is the toughest group, the Group C. Fair play to McGarry and Andy Hamilton. I think they put a fantastic show on, as has this man. I think
100.
he's the one who probably gets the man of the match from the commentators here, because the results, the information we had, he's overachieved.
57.
And wasn't too far
Simon
away from
required
qualification.
112.
No, it wasn't. Just 2 wins and a better leg difference away from being on 16 points with Andy Hamilton. But credit to McGarry, a good points tally.
76.
18 points
Bram,
and
you
plus
require
23 on the leg
130.
difference. Just 1 defeat to his closest rival, Andy Hamilton.
125. Simon, you require
He's
36.
had loads of situations like that, hasn't he? That could have been oh so different
What's on, Merce?
on another day.
Game shot on the
Glenn,
first
as you well
leg.
know, they go in.
Simon Preston.
It's incredible the amount of double fives we've seen. We did have that crazy 10 minutes where everyone couldn't miss the
Second
double
leg, it's
five,
Simon
but
to throw first. Game on.
yeah, they're just hitting the big 5. I mean, I call it the Rob Cross. I mean, is it time for Bram? I know he's a rhythm player like a Michael Smith, a Joe Cullen. Is it time to work on his practice routines, on his finishes, where he's just giving himself a second to compose?
140.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you're far from bang on the money.
Wherever I go now, Mace, you know,
60.
all the kids are throwing like Michael Smith. They all want that rotation, that rhythm flow that he has.
But it does have its advantages of, that's why we end up with FDMs, first dart merchants, that
60.
there's so much rhythm to the throw. When the first one goes, it's just muscle memory and they follow. The only downside of that is when you've got to start using all of the board,
58.
and it's which one's the payoff?
Yeah, well, positives have outweighed the negatives. So Bram van Dijk, I've really enjoyed it, and something you mentioned too. I hope he's not rushed back in a couple of weeks' time, because he's qualified through the
28.
ADC to be back. I think he needs to go and reflect, work with his people like
Brian Roman.
exactly, and
42.
just continue his progress.
Yeah, just get involved and follow whatever they're doing in terms of practice routines. Take that on board. Like I said, the only one thing I would change, and it's not even a big thing,
60.
just slow down that acceleration through the throw, just to give him a bit more control.
Yeah, remember, I think people get mixed up what we mean by that.
Yeah, it's not the
96.
speed, like how quick it goes from the loading hand to the throwing hand, or how quick he throws the darts in between each other. It's the point from the very end of the backswing to release.
121.
That speed lacks control.
Feel over speed.
100. Simon, you require 92.
Another good performance here from Preston.
Yeah, solid enough, mid-80s.
I've added him on social media, so I'll be following what he does in the
Shot on the
future. With
second
darts like
leg.
this, we will be
Simon
seeing Simon
Preston.
Preston back also. Super quick time. Simon Preston leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on.
He's producing darts at times that I've certainly in recent years
96.
can't find evidence of.
$43.
43, so a chance for Bram to stretch his legs.
100. $80. 58. 100. 86.
Bram first to a finish in leg 3. I just want to get his first chalk on the board here. I feel like he's
125. Bram, you require
in the contest.
161.
Two out of three in,
121.
bad,
Simon,
Bram.
you require 153.
Family will start on the treble 20 on 153.
$41. Bram, you require 40.
Tops it is.
Game shown
Reduces the deficit.
Bram van Dijk.
Fair play to the young man. He won't be giving up. He knows it's his last match.
Yeah.
Probably just
Fourth
wants to
leg, it's
show
Simon to
everybody
throw first. Game
this is
on.
what I can do. But like I said, lovely rhythm. We said very early, he got the fundamentals very right, very mature. Like I said, he hasn't been sulking when he's been getting beat. Finished the days off much better than he started.
26.
But all things he can work on. I said this week at 19-year-old,
96.
I was averaging around about the 60 mark.
There's a little bit of Adrian Lewis about that throw, isn't there?
Yeah,
It's a little bit wider.
Yeah, I see the Joe Cole. I mean, like I said, they get inspired by the players who are winning things.
121.
That's why I'm seeing so many young players throwing, and the next set of the next set of players will be throwing like Luke Littler. That's
Yep.
what happens.
96.
I remember watching snooker with Alex Higgins and Jimmy White, and all I ever did on the snooker table was try and screw the ball back as far as possible.
100.
Yeah, the game wouldn't be where it was if everyone played like Ray Reid and John Spencer. So when you got them Mavericks,
Yep.
that's what happens.
Eric, my absolute
81.
idol, was the ultimate maverick.
$60. 42.
Felt like a long old haul this afternoon, but in the end, it was two players who quite comfortably qualified, wasn't it? I think Simon Preston can look in the mirror in the morning and think, well, I give it a really good go. If he's thinking here, because Bullseye would leave a finish.
27.
This is what time most people arrive here. This has been it's been an 8-hour session.
140. Simon, you require 167.
Well, this would be special. Not to be in chance for Bram to go level.
Sure, when I have a shower later and I look in the mirror, I'll have an imprint
42.
of the
Bram, you require 46.
maker's chair I'm sat on. Be like a logo.
38. Simon, you require 125.
Session feels like it's lasted longer than my career, Glenn.
Well, tops for a special moment.
85. Bram, you require 8. Game shot on the fourth
2-2.
leg.
We have a level
Bram Van
game, of
Dijk.
course we have.
Fifth leg, it's Bram to throw first.
In for a
Game
penny,
on.
in for a pound. Let's have a 7-legger.
$83.
Well, it was a pretty
24.
routine opening couple of legs for Simon Preston. I thought he was going to be running away with this game, but right now, he's hit the sitters.
100.
Remember that light they used to have at Lakeside? Did you ever end up with a flight in there?
Yeah, but in the end, the referees, that was part of on the players brief, you cannot collect your own stem off light. But yeah, you got third-degree burns when you...
140.
When I played Paul Hogan and 3-0 and 2-0 down, so there's your flight right in there. Stamped on his foot.
58.
When I think of Lakes, I just think of that thud.
Yeah.
You know, the camera, the microphone underneath the board.
The one thing I always think about is the extraordinarily small stage, and there was no real reason for it to be that small.
100.
You're pretty much touching the head of the first person in the first row.
Yeah.
Part of the...
Atmosphere, wasn't
100.
it?
Yeah, it's part of the romance. I should go back for a day.
Yeah. I did go back a few years ago to cover the tournament for Eurosport.
100. Bram, you require 160.
Actually stayed in a room that I last stayed in when I played there in 2001, and it was like going back in a time warp. It hadn't changed.
Yeah, room 182. I did the 3
43.
years I won it.
Simon, you require 137.
Well, my favourite finish was this one from Simon, and bizarrely, he's changed his route
Yeah.
because he went treble 19, tops.
117.
And there he
Bram,
had
you
treble
require
19 and a double top.
117.
Well, for Bram to take the lead for the first time in this match.
97.
Good effort. Just
Simon, you
dinked at the
require
last
20.
minute.
$15.
Bram does have another
Bram,
opportunity
you
to lead for
require
the first
20.
time. Double 10.
Game shot on the fifth
What a good
leg.
dart that was.
Bram Van
Yep, from
Dijk.
2-0 down. Bram Van Dijk leads 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Well, to be fair, his opening game of the week on Monday morning was against Neil Duff, and it was 4-3 defeat for Bram.
140.
We saw enough from him immediately there, but I think he's still grown in stature and maturity.
90.
And confidence. Got to go through that whole process of feeling like you belong.
I think he's played more methodical plays, slow plays this week than he's ever played. Because imagine the Dutch Super
43.
League. All
Yeah, the whole night would be over in an hour.
60.
it's a fantastic view, an incredible stage.
Oh, it's just an incredible venue, isn't it?
140.
You think we'll go in the distance?
It's been the theme.
96.
The last three have all gone to a decider.
Well, I've got the opposite. I haven't got the imprint. I've got Boss wrote on my seat now. This is superb from Preston.
138. 97. Simon, you require 40.
Tops. For 3-3. Or in Ireland, tree. Double 10.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Simon Preston.
Well, I think it was pretty much guaranteed the way this Group C has been. It's been tight, it's been competitive.
7th and final leg. It's Bram to throw
I think
first.
we've got Simon
Game
Preston
on.
going for a trip. But it's 3-3. Final leg of this Group C campaign. Who finishes off with the final win?
57. $41.
Feel one big score. Simon, that really put the afterburners on in the
100.
previous leg.
$60.
56 points, the lead plus these. A chance to give himself a bit of a cushion and a
$44.
bit of time to just be able to relax, but that's not what he was hoping for.
$60.
Chance for Bram. Beautiful.
100.
Really beautiful darts.
Yeah, they were nice and measured and calculated. I like that.
$93.
Don't forget, quick reminder, we're back tonight with the conclusion of Group B from quarter to 10.
140.
All in the usual places on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And of course, Sporty Stuff TV and your chosen betting app.
Yeah, the last three darts to Simon Preston.
100.
If it has,
Bram, you
it's
require
been
60.
superb in this Group C campaign.
Topsy needs.
Game,
Topsy gets.
shot, and the match.
And Bram Van Dijk ends his campaign with a win and moves on to 6 points on the table. There are the numbers, 80.65 for Bram, 80.75. It was close, no wonder it went all the way. 4 out of 11 on the doubles for Bram Van Dijk, 3 from 11 from Simon. Well, that's the end of Group C. Let's have a quick word with who will have a quick review of all the action.
Glenn, Chris, thank you very much, and top work as well today, fellas. Right, Group C has reached its culmination, and this is how things went as far as the results are concerned. So, 15 games have come and gone, and a lot of games going very, very tight and to the wire as well. But the two standout performers were Colin McGarry and Andy Hamilton as far as the group is concerned. Right, let's have a look at some of Colin McGarry's highlight moments then, shall we? Because he had a couple of ton-plus checkouts, including against the Golden Girl, Trina Gulliver, a couple of them. Excuse me. First one there against Gulliver to break the throw in the first leg. And then this 116 to go 3-0 to the good against the Golden Girl later on in that match. But Gary's been getting better as the week's gone along, and he is into tomorrow night's final. And we can confirm now the final league standings as far as Group C is concerned. This is how everything wraps itself up following the culmination of 30 matches in the group, 10 for every single player. McGarry from Hamilton, the two that make their way through to tomorrow night's final. Words for Simon Preston, Bram Van Dijk as well in third third and fourth, respectively. Well, we're going to be back at 10 o'clock this evening for the conclusion of Group B. It's going to be headlined by Martin Adams and Matthew Edgar, who are top of the table, having picked up 3 wins from 4. We'll see you then. Bye-bye for now.